Good morning, race fans, and welcome to the conclusion of the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Round one here in beautiful Port Neches, Texas, on the Neches River, as we look to crown three champions here in the opening round and kick off our 2025 season. To get things rolling here on Sunday, if I could please have everybody rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing. Up first on the docket here on Sunday's finals at the opening round, we've got bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. It's the Texas Triholes looking to do damage here in qualifying heat 3. They've got one more qualifying heat after this before we set our starting lineup for the main event later on this afternoon. All right, and the famous jet ski Jared of the Sport Rescue Team doing the honors of our flag carrying today as our part of our opening ceremonies. But now we're going to get underway here with Heat 3 here in the Trihole class. Let's take a look at our starting lineup. On the inside of row 1, the legend, the number 10 of Scary, Jerry Rinker. Can he finally get it going here on Sunday? On the outside of row 1, the rookie in 2024 in Texas Trihole, the 12 of Jack Schubert. On the inside of row 2, the 26 Ray Bob sponsored Briston Sherman. On the outside of row 2, they call him Caddy. He's number 54 of Darren Ware. On the inside of row 3, in that 52 machine, one of the Rinker Racing contingencies, the 52 of Tanner Rinker. On the outside of row 3, in the number 88 machine, Josh Wells. On the outside, in the inside of row number 4, the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's got some ground to make up. On the outside of row 4, the number 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing. On the inside of row 5, the 37 of Mason Rinker, the winner in qualifying heat 1 yesterday. Then the outside of row 5, the number 1 of Corey Walker. And then the man who's found himself top of the points for the last 3 seasons, and he's done it again here through two qualifying heats. On the inside of row 6, the number 17, the dude, Mr. Neil Marsh. And then the number 63 of Aaron Green, after some catastrophic motor issues yesterday, starts on the outside of row 6. And our rookie, the 14-year-old out of Houma, Louisiana, the number 03 of Austin Terry, rounding out the field here in this 13-boat Texas Tri-Hall qualifying heat number 3. Jet Ski Jared's got them down around the north end of the course. Now they're lined up beautifully 2 by 2. What's going to happen here in Heat 1? Heat number 3, he pulls off to the side, waiting for Chief Referee Doug Ray to drop the flag. He drops the flag, and we're underway. The 10 of Jerry Rinker is going to have that inside line, that catbird seat here in the opening heat with the 12 of Jack Schubert going hard. Same with the 54 of Darren Ware. Where is the 10 of Jerry Rinker going as he chooses the outside buoy? That means he has missed turn 1 on the opening lap of the third qualifying heat. Jerry, you went to the wrong buoy, bud. Interesting here on the opening heat, but let's take a look at what's going on. Notice we're one boat shy, the 56 of Clint Dillard. DNF the rest of the weekend after a big hole got punched in the bottom of that Texas trihole from the number 1 of Corey Walker as he got stalled out in the corner. But the 10 of Jerry Rinker, he's out in front now. Then we've got the 54 of Darren Ware. Now here comes the 26 of Briston Sherman, side by side with the 12 of Jack Schubert as they go down into turn number 1 on the south end of the course. Schubert's got the line to the inside. Oh, that's the 13 of Grant Schubert. What a great run there as he just leaves the 26 of Briston Sherman in his dust coming out of turn number 1. Now let's go back to our leader for now, the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker, as he's down on the north end of the course, making his way easily out of turn number 1. Turn number 2 down there at the north end of the course. That clean water with that 115 horse, 4-stroke Mercury outboard on the back. Then we go back to that second spot. We watch the corner there. Oh boy, there's a whole bunch of them coming south there. Now we see there's the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 54 of Darren Ware. They call him Caddy, a custom Cadillac restoration specialist, as he is not giving up an inch to the 13 of Grant Schubert. The question is where is the 17 of Neil Marsh? He's only made it up just a couple of spots. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert sitting there in that second position with the 54 of Darren Caddy Ware on his heels. See that beautiful drone shot from overhead. There you can see the 13. And now the 10 of Jerry Rinker is slowed way down, and it looks like the 13 of Grant Schubert's now out in front. We got a new leader here early in qualifying heat number 3 with 4 laps remaining. The 13 of Grant Schubert has really got that thing dialed in as he is really starting to pull away from the field. Now we see the 54 of Darren Ware come up on things. Now let's go back to the 13 of Grant Schubert as he comes down into the north end of the course. He's going to make his way wide out of turn number 4, trying to keep those RPMs up. Then you see the trailers behind him, the 10 of Rinker, the 54 of Ware, the 26 of Sherman, and the 88 of Josh Wells starting to get up into the conversation. All right, now there's our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert. We're going to look to move off of our leader, Grant, because we've got a great battle going on for second, third, and fourth. Here on with just a couple laps remaining, there's the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker, 82 years young, the patriarch of the Rinker family Texas edition, out there still hammering around here in a Texas tri-hull at 82 years young. The 54 of Darren Ware trying to stay wide to the outside, but that has not been a good line for him. Now he dips back to the inside, and look how Darren Ware, he gets it way wild going down the backstretch. Caddy pushing it with everything he's got to try to get by the veteran that is the 10 of Jerry Rinker. And the 26 of Briston Sherman fell off there a little bit in laps 2 and 3, now starting to regain some confidence. Behind him, the 88 of Josh Wells. Now we've got just 1 lap remaining here in this Texas tri-hull. Qualifying heat number 3. There's the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's way down in 7th. Boy, this is going to be a tough battle here on Sunday between the likes of Marsh and Schubert and the 37 of Mason Rinker. But, we got buoys going all over the place. Ladies and gentlemen, cruising to victory here in qualifying heat number 3. Running for Captain Mark Seafood. Oh, look out there. We got to go over. The 10 of Jerry Rinker goes over. The 10 of Jerry Rinker goes over. Oh no, let's make sure he gets out of the cockpit there, as we've got our rescue crews quickly hurrying to get on site with the 10 of Jerry Rinker. Nothing yet. The boat's starting to go nose up. Our jumper and our divers in there hoping to get the 10 of Jerry Rinker out of there. Boy, that was crazy down at the north end of the course. Everybody that wad up for 2nd through 5th really created a lot of havoc. We're just waiting to see if the 10 of Jerry Rinker is going to make it out.
Hello, hello. Awesome. Awesome. No fucking move, dude. Boys got sunscreen? Yeah, yeah. Take to me, dude.
All right, race fans. Well, we're taking every safety precaution to ensure our drivers are safe. We've got the best rescue crew in the world all over this, and we're going to make sure that we get everything taken care of. So we're going to be quiet here for a few minutes, just to allow our teams and safety crews to focus as much as they can. And we'll be right back with more racing here at the conclusion of opening round one here in the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship season.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Anything, dummy.
All right, Rays fans, giving you a bit of an update here on the racing incident that happened down in the north end of the course during the conclusion of the trihole event. This racing incident was unexpected. All protocols were followed. The driver's been taken to the local hospital for evaluation. He's breathing on his own, but he has been taken there for evaluation, and they're going to take great care of our driver. We're getting our ambulance back in place. We're getting everything resituated. Please stick with us here as we get everything back rolling and we do our final assessment before we look to move on with today. I appreciate the applause. I know that his family appreciates it as well. So we will be back here. I don't have a specific time frame, but appreciate you guys sticking with us, and we'll be back as soon as we can with more racing action here on the final day of the opening round of 2025 here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It's the Port Neches Riverfest. All right, race fans. Good afternoon and welcome back. Thomas Yarbrough here giving you an update on what's going on here on the final day here at the Port Neches Riverfest for the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. With that racing incident, our driver's alert. He's being checked out at the hospital, and due to the time delay, we have had to make the hard decision to move directly to the finals. So at 2 p.m. today, we will run all three finals in all three classes. So you guys are going to still see some fantastic racing. You got a little bit of time. You got about a half hour, so make sure you swing back. Check out the merch tent from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We've got all the T-shirts, the hats, all the great stuff. And I got to tell you, it's pretty solid-looking stuff, man. It's not your typical race shirt. It's some designer race shirt stuff. So swing by Debbie Siebold, say hi, pick yourself up a hat, keep that dome. For all of us gentlemen who find ourselves thinning a little bit in our later years, get a hat to cover that dome. Maybe a nice long sleeve shirt in that nice breathing material to keep you from getting sunburnt today, because there's not a cloud in the sky here in Port Neches. So we're going to start off with the Formula Lights at 2 o'clock. Right after the Formula Lights final, we will run the trihole final, and we'll conclude everything with the Formula Ones here as we wrap up Sunday's racing at the opening round of 2025 here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, right here for the 24th running of the Port Neches Riverfest. We're going to jam some tunes, get yourself some food, make sure you swing down, grab a nice kebab on a stick, nice ice-cold lemonade, Amish donut, and all the great food we've got here. Get wet your whistle with an ice-cold beverage. And before you know it, we'll be right back at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Port Neches to rattle off our finals and crown champions in all three classes here at the opening round of 2025. Hang tight. We'll be right back with more racing after this. Hi, well, good afternoon, race fans, and welcome back as we've reached the finals here at the opening round of 2025. It's the Port Neches Riverfest, the 24th running here on the beautiful shores of the Neches River right here in Port Neches. A great place that we love to come every first weekend in May. And first on the docket for Formula Lights here, our 14.5-foot long tunnel hulls running these 45 cubic inch 2-cylinder OMC outboards on the back. And we've got a fantastic field. Yesterday in qualifying, we had 6 boats in one corner. I don't know if I've ever seen that in Formula Lights. And we're going to take a look at all of our drivers here as they get ready to rock and roll here for our main event. Again, modified Le Mans start here in the Formula Lights class. Let's take a look at who's on the pole. The new driver for Peterson Racing out of Redondo Beach, California, running for Latitude Dispensary and Peterson Racing. Your pole sitter here in Formula Lights, number 69, Jared Wallach. Second off the start pontoon, your defending champion in Formula Lights out of Rhinelander, Wisconsin, number 12, Tridon Schleicher. Right behind him, the madman from Humboldt, Texas, looking to try to see if he can't get on the top box here in 2025 and start the season off the best way possible. The number 2 of Travis Thompson. Right behind him, the decorated veteran out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, one half of the Pizza Inn racing team, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. Fifth off the start pontoon in that bronze and white Pew Design Formula Light, out of Trenton, Michigan, number 77, Daniel Trozen. Behind Trozen, 6 off the start pontoon, the craziest man on the grid, running in Sexy Blue 2 for Triple J Ammunition. The Axe Bar and Grill, number 17, out of Santa Fe, Texas, Mr. Chris Hughes. Right behind the 17 of Hughes, 7th off the start grid, the other half of the Clover Construction Formula Lights team, out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, number 24, Shelby Love. Behind the 24 of Love, the first half of the Mike Scott Plumbing Racing team out of Tampa, Florida, number 21, Jose Mendana Jr. Behind the 21 of Mendana, in 9th position on the starting grid, the other half of the B&B Racing team running for Pizza Inn out of Crosby, Texas, number 60, Brandon Bobalik. Behind the 60 of Bobalik, the last man on the first flag here in this main event, because we run a two flag start with more than 10 boats in any of our modified Le Mans classes, which would be Formula 1 and Formula Lights. So coming off 10th from the great state of Texas in that silver, purple, and blaze orange Molagard hull, number 78, Marshall Gildermaster. And on that second flag, the first boat off the second flag in 11th position out of Vienna, Austria. Had a brutal day yesterday, being tagged with a one-lap penalty after winning qualifying heat number 2. Now he finds himself in 11th with a long day ahead of him. Number 42, Hans Macaulay. And the other half of the Mike Scott Plumbing Racing team, he's on motor number 3 on the weekend. It has not gone the way he had hoped, but he's hoping a hard charge from the back of the pack is just what the doctor ordered. Rounding out the field here in Formula Lights out of Ocala, Florida, number 26, Steve Lee. All right, we're going to get everybody lined up on the dock. Remember, modified Le Mans start. These motors are completely shut off. No power to that motor. We're going to start at 1 minute. We're going to count down to 20 seconds. At 20 seconds, we are going to go under starters orders. You will see our rescue, our fantastic, best in the world, no question about it, rescue team, the sport rescue team, also handling our starter duties here on the Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series. They will raise a bright orange flag. As soon as that flag starts to move in a downward motion, you're going to hear these 45 cubic inch 2-cylinder OMC outboards come roaring to life, heading away from the dock, through the middle of the course, all the way down to the far end of the north end of the course, through the Formula 1 turns 3 and 4, back down, crossing the start-finish line, and then they will start lap 1 on their shorter 4-pin half-mile course here on the shores of the Neches River. It's going to be a fantastic race here in Formula Lights. Talking to some of our teams and our staff and our crew, they had a hard time remembering the last time they saw such a competitive Formula Lights race anywhere in North America. It's been a little bit, and these drivers are going to put on one heck of a show for you. I can assure you that. You've got your defending champion sitting there, second off the start pontoon. The boat that won the 2023 championship with Tyler Peterson in the cockpit is your pole sitter, but a different driver. The 69 of Jared Wallach, trying to do for the Peterson Racing Team exactly what they wanted to do coming back here in 2025. They had to take a hiatus last year, adjusting their drivers for that racing team. They secured the services of the 69 of Jared Wallach, and now he's looking to carry that team back to the top where they were in 2023. Can the Peterson Racing Team get 2 champions in the same boat in 3 years? Well, it all starts right here in Port Neches. Where can the Texas First Bank, sponsored entry number 2 at Travis Thompson, bring home a big piece of hardware that he can have on the shelf when his daughter's born here in just a couple of months? It'd be a great way to bring her into the world with a nice piece of hardware on the top. Oh, sorry, that's right. His daughter's now his son. See, I'm terrible with this stuff. I appreciate it, right? The guys on the team are correcting me. I apologize. His daughter's coming here in July. He's got his son is a couple years old. I know his wife and his son are here. But, boy, that would be a fantastic addition on top of the already blessed addition to their family they're going to have here in a couple of months. Then there's the man who's so used to winning championships, I don't even know if he knows what to do with himself. He hasn't won a title in 2 years. And that might be too much withdrawal for the man coming fourth off the start pontoon, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach running for Pizza Inn. Or Daniel Trozen, somebody who hasn't run a ton on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, looking to make his mark in 2025. And then there's always the wild man from Santa Fe running for Avenue Axe Sports Bar and Grill and Premier Pools and Patios from right here in Port Neches, as well as Triple J Ammunition. Can he take Sexy Blue 2 to the top? 2 years ago, if you remember, in the final, Sexy Blue won. These are his names for the boats, not mine. But Sexy Blue 1 took some severe damage, and the capsule did what it was supposed to do. It saved his life. But he had to move on. He had to get this thing dialed in. He was at our test and tune last weekend. He did pretty well. He's looking to do even better today. He's 6 off the start pontoon. Can Chris Hughes be your champion here at the Port Neches Riverfest in 2025? Or will we see our first female champion here in Port Neches in the Formula Lights class with the 24 of Shelby Love and that composite Hoffman Hull? It is scary fast. It's a bit of a bear in the corners. If she can stop from spinning out, you might see her come from 7th off the dock all the way to the top. She's got the skill, she's got the speed, but she's also got one of the most decorated drivers in Formula Lights to her right. We used to call him the Miami Madman, but now he resides in Tampa, so I'm going to go with the Tampa Terror in that Mike Scott Plumbing Machine of Mendana Enterprises, the number 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. Remember yesterday, for those of you who are here joining us live on our YouTube channel, don't forget, hit our YouTube channel and subscribe. The 21 of Mendana got together with the 66 of Randy Parch. Mendana suffered some damage, was able to get it fixed, and he's ready to rock and roll. Could we see a rookie climb onto the podium here in Port Neches? He's been behind the scenes for the B&B Racing Team for numerous years. Decided to hop into the cockpit, that all-white pew, 60 on the side. Brandon Bobolick, can he find some hardware in his first race on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series? That's a tall order. But he's a determined man who's got a great team behind him, and anything is possible when you get out on the water here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Behind him, that other Molagard, Danish-built, composite hull, scary fast, not necessarily originally built for the Formula Lights class, but as we've come to learn, adopted very well to our racing series here in the United States. I believe I've even heard that we might have 1 or 2 more making their way stateside here in the next 6 to 12 months. And that 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, still learning in year 2. And then there's the 42 of Hans McCauley and the 26 is Steve Lee. They're going to be on that second flag. It's going to be real tough for those last 2 drivers. But again, you can't finish first if you don't first finish. Anything can happen here on the Wild Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, especially in the Formula Lights class. All right, just waiting to hear from Chief Referee Doug Ray. Looks like we've got all our drivers lined up on the dock and ready to go. We are just moments away from getting under racing action here at the 2025 Port Neches Riverfest, the 24th running here on the Neches River. These drivers strapped in 6-point safety harnesses. A lot of Hans devices being worn by the majority of our drivers. Fully enclosed carbon fiber safety cells. It's hot. They're sweating. The adrenaline's pumping. The heart is beating through the chest. It's that build-up before the storm is about to hit, and then there's that calm just before the storm comes. When we go under our 1-minute gun, and as we're counting down, they're focused, laser focused, watching that orange flag. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's crown a champion to Formula Lights coming up on the 1-minute gun. One minute, drivers, 1 minute. Can the 69 of Jared Wallach bring Peterson Racing back to the top here in Port Neches? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. There's a lot out there for the 12 of Trident Schleicher. Can he begin quest number 2 for back-to-back series champions? We're going to find out. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. They've had a lot of issues the last couple of years. They figured it out here yesterday. That thing's screaming fast. Can Travis Thompson be your champion in Formula Lights? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. He's third off the dock. Then there's the 35 of Schmierbach, the 77 of Trozen, the 17 of Hughes, the 24 of Love, and the 21 of Mendana. Let's crown a champion in Formula Lights here in 2025 in the open ground. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starter's orders. A flag is up. He drops the flag. Who's going to get a jump? Oh, no, the 2 of Travis Thompson does not fire well, but no surprise. The man from Greenfield, Wisconsin does. We're going to get a great overhead view from our drones thanks to Live Race Media, and we've got them 3 boats, deck to deck to deck. Now Peterson's getting together, squeezing tight with the 12 of Trident Schleicher, but a nose ahead is the 35 of Schmierbach. He's going to have to leave him a lane. Let's see what happens down to the north end of the course. Peterson's down to the inside. Looks like the 35 of Schmierbach's about to chop the 12 of Trident Schleicher. As he was able to get that overlap, now they're going to squeeze him out. He's going to shuffle back to third, and look at the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. He walks the 69 of Garrett Wallach down the straightaway. What an unbelievable move by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, as he's now out in front. He started third. He started fourth. He's already out in front here early as the 69 of Jared Wallach's going to have to track down the KG veteran out of Greenfield, Wisconsin. So we pick him up coming down the back straightaway down in turn 3. Oh, no, the 12 of Trident Schleicher goes dead in the water. Our defending series champion goes dead in the water down inside between turns 1 and 2. And almost as it started, it's already over for the man who won in 2024. And look at this battle between his teammate and the 69 of Jared Wallach. That's 24 of Shelby Love. Moving up fast, coming wide to the outside. We got a battle going on here for second and third. Ken, the young driver out of California, harness that female energy and drive it to completion. Here in this Formula Lights final, she is pushing hard. She's letting the 69 of Wallach go, hey man, that's a fast boat, but you ain't got nothing on me, boy. As she slides it out of turn number 4, and then goes down into lane 1, and is pushing hard down the front straightaway, down into turn number 1. Now she goes. The 69 of Wallach followed behind her. Now here's the 35 of Schmierbach. He's starting to go up. The 12 of Schleicher has gotten back up. You see him flash there in front of the screen. Now this could be interesting. He's so far back. He's a fast boat. This is going to be very difficult for the 35 of Schmierbach to get by the 12 of Trident Schleicher. That is the absolute best thing in the world for the 24 of Shelby Love. Why? Well, the 12 of Schleicher is her teammate, right? Hey, if he can't win, he wants her to win. Expect a battle between the 12 of Schleicher as we see him here now coming down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Ooh, look at him skipping out there off some rollers. He caught on the north end of the course, but he is going to make it infinitely difficult for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach to be able to get by him, which is going to allow the 24 of Shelby Love to reel him in. There you see the 69 of Peterson go through the wash. The 24 of Shelby Love, she's got to focus on riding in those corners. She had some issues spinning out yesterday. That's kind of the known bugaboo for her in that Hoffman hull. You see her staying wide to the outside trying to keep those RPMs up. She knows she's got the top end on Wallach, so she doesn't have to go into the pin, which is where that Hoffman hull is spun out from on her a couple of times in racing here, both last year and this year. Here's the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr. He's hanging there in 6th position, trying to catch the 77 of Daniel Trozen. Surprising is that the 17 of Chris Hughes really hasn't made up as much ground as I expected here, starting 8th off the start pontoon. I thought I'd see him maybe up in 4th and 5th. There's the 21 of Mendaña again, pushing hard. Now we cut back to the 24 of Shelby Love. That Hoffman bouncing all over as the water starts to get rough here on the Neches River at the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championships, brought to you by Mercury Racing, Snap-on Tools, JH Performance Boats, Seaway Marine, the title sponsor for Formula Lights here in 2025, your one-stop boat motor shop, Moto Marketing Group, RCI Communications, Racing Communications, and Seabold Sports. There's the 2 of Travis Thompson. He's sitting back in 4th place. He's trying to get up on that podium. He is eyeing up the 69 of Jared Wallach. And again, right, we talk about how difficult it might potentially be for the 35 of Schmierbach to catch up to the 12 of Trident Schleicher. That's a fast boat that went dead in the water down in turn 1 on lap 2. But he is boogieing, already getting by the 42 of Hans McCauley. And there we pick it up now with the 2 of Travis Thompson. He's in 4th. And what I was saying is there's that domino effect. As hard as it's going to be for Schmierbach to get by the 12 of Schleicher, now you see that gap starting to close between the 35 of Schmierbach and the 24 of Shelby Love. That's going to make a domino effect all the way back. So it's going to tighten up Schmierbach to Love, and then Love to Thompson, and then Thompson to the 77 of Trozen, and the 77 of Trozen to 21 of Mendaña. What that is going to then, these drivers are going to have to rely on their skill in and out of the corners, navigating some of those back markers. It's going to be tricky. And on those on that note, here come some back markers that the 35 of Schmierbach's got to deal with, but a great job of making sure he had to get by them in the straightaway. Having to get by back markers in the corner when they're already there is very difficult and really can scrub off a lot of speed. And Schmierbach now comes out of turn 4. There's the 26 of Steve Lee, running better, but still not where he wants. At least he's just excited to be able to get some laps in that brand new Mendaña hull, the newest Formula Light here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship season, built this off season. I think the boat's a solid boat. The motor has been what's killing him this weekend. Hopefully he can get it figured out for round 2. But as for now, he's continuing to push and get comfortable in that brand new hull. There we see the red boats side by side. That's the 42 of McCauley on the outside. And on the inside, the 69 of Peterson, as he's trying to hunt down the 24 of Shelby Love. But Love and Schmierbach are starting to separate themselves from the field. They got about a 1.34 second gap between our leader and that second place boat, the 24 of Shelby Love. And then you see 3 seconds from her back down to the 69 of Jared Wallach. Continuing to push hard down the backstretch. Now they come out of turns 3 and 4. There's Love. Again, staying wide, trying to keep those RPMs up. Looks like the 69 of Wallach has picked up on that race plan, and he's staying wide. Nobody wants to go tight into the turns. As we see the 24 of Shelby Love, she's got some speed coming to the outside. The young driver out of California looks to make her move on the veteran as they go into turns 3 and 4. Can she come out of turn number 4 out in front? Oh, nice move there. She sets it well coming out of turn 4. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new leader for the first time in the history of Formula Lights here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship season. Our lone female here in Formula Lights is out in front. And now we've got the 69 of Jared Wallach coming up on, and look at, he makes a wild move outside the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Schmierbach better watch out, or he's going to move himself off the podium if he doesn't get this thing in gear. He might be losing a motor. That's a tough thing to do. He's trying to keep that thing running without having it go away completely, but it is the Shelby Love show here this afternoon as that young driver have tireless work over the last 2-3 years, tuning that boat, getting comfortable, listening to her father, who's a Formula One driver, the 24 of Spencer Love. And she is so laser focused and such a sponge. I have a feeling this is the first of many to come for this young driver, as she's now gotten by the 17 of Chris Hughes, as she's really starting to make quick work of these back markers, which is impressive considering that's typically a skill set developed over time. Now, she's put in a lot of work, but she's doing this against drivers who may have 10, 15 years of Formula Lights experience. And she here is just a couple of years in, and what an amazing job she's done closing the gap here in Formula Lights. Now, the real question is how many years down the road are we going to see her behind the wheel of a Formula One? For now, she's still got a long road ahead of her to conquer Formula Lights, but she's got a 4-second lead over the man sitting in second, that's 35 of Schmierbach. And Schmierbach's got his rear view mirrors full of the 69 of Wallach and the 2 of Travis Thompson. Thompson sneaking up on Wallach, trying to see if he can't snag. Oh, boy. We got all sorts of chaos down on the south end of the course. Looks like we lost a buoy down there in turn number 3. Confused the 17 at Hughes as he thought maybe they were going down to the 1 pin. This happens sometimes when drivers take out buoys. You kind of have to make a call on the fly. And that just did nothing but give the 24 of Shelby Love even more room between her and the rest of the field, as she's already down out of the back straightaway. And she's got a 9.5 second lead now over the rest of the field. Are we seeing the emergence of the new dominant force in Formula Lights? Could Shelby Love be the next series champion? Well, she's doing exactly what she needs to in opening round. There's a lot of racing left in 25, but if this is in any indication of what this season's going to look like, I have a feeling that the 24 of Shelby Love is going to be collecting a lot of hardware in 2025. As we continue with the 24 of Shelby Love and follow her down to the north end of the course, getting by Brandon Bobalik. They're the rookie. You look at the 69 of Jared Wallach. You used to see the 2 of Travis Thompson in that same screen. Not so much anymore, as he got caught up with the 17 of Hughes and the 78 of Gildermaster, and it really made it difficult for him to get around, allowing the 69 of Wallach to get some breathing room here as we are 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this Formula Light final here on the shores of the Neches River, the 24th running of the Port Neches Riverfest here in southeastern Texas. Can the 24 of Shelby Love be our champion? There's the 69 of Wallach again, continuing to push. Oh no, looks like we got a flag on the course. Flag on the course, trying to find out what happened. It looks like we lost such a big portion of the course down here on the south end. As we take a look, there it is. That buoy right there is floating towards the start dock. Obviously, it got dislodged at some point. Very difficult to see how that happens sometimes with so many of these Formula Lights buzzing in and out of the corners. But at some point, we have to make the decision that the integrity of the course has changed so much that it is not the race course that these drivers were expecting and should be able to run around. And so with that, we are going to reset the course. The question is will we go rolling start or will we go modified Le Mans start? That can be a huge advantage or disadvantage for a driver depending on their skill set in a Formula Light. We're going to have to wait to hear with Chief Referee Doug Ray and Director of Operations, Race Director John Schubert, confirm is the best option here in the Formula Lights finals. We've got just 5 minutes remaining. 4 minutes and 53 seconds remaining. Well, that is not necessarily what the 24 of Shelby Love was hoping to have happen. The young driver had built up almost a 10-second lead over the rest of the field after she shot like a rocket out of turn number 2 about 5 laps ago and walked her way right past the 35 of Mark Schmierbach like he was standing still. And she's been running that thing like she stole it ever since. And now she's going to have to, right, not allow, but is forced to allow those drivers to be tucked up right next to her now in this restart scenario, and now she's going to have to go back and do it all over again. Who's the most excited about this? Well, that's simple. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach. I think the 2 of Travis Thompson's liking this a little bit as well. He got snagged behind some back markers in a corner that allowed him to drop off from the 69 of Jared Wallach, and Wallach is happy as well. We've got 3 drivers that all are grinning ear to ear that we got to restart here. There's only one driver there's one more driver, and they're not so happy about that. That is the 24 of Shelby Love. Looks like we got the 2 of Travis Thompson. He's coming into the dock here. I don't know if they got to take a look at something. what's going on with the Tua Travis Thompson, but they have brought him to the dock here, and they're going to take a quick peek here while we get everything reset on the course with turn 4 reset now on the south end of the course. So I just got where we're going to go with the 2x2 rolling start, which honestly is probably the better of the two options for the 24 of Shelby Love. She doesn't have to worry about the person to her right who's probably done about, 2,000 modified Le Mans start in his career. That experience is hard to cover up. And Shelby will be the first to tell you that one of the areas that she still wants to put a lot of focus on is continuing to get better at those starts. That's something that every driver is continuously trying to make improvements on, because a great start can be the difference between a checkered flag and a 10th place finish. A checkered flag and a 5th place, falling off the podium. It is so important in tunnel boat racing to be able to get off the dock quickly as soon as that flag moves. The rolling start changes things up a little bit. Right, with a rolling start, you're already under power. You've got to make sure you get lined up. And then it's more about having a good radio person, because you don't see that big orange starter flag like you do on a modified Le Mans start. So here in this first restart in the Formula Lights class, they're going to be doing a rolling start. So it's going to be all about timing and making sure that your team has got everything dialed in to, as soon as that green flag drops from Chief Referee Doug Ray, as soon as it drops, the slightest movement, you're on the accelerator, you're laying that thing down, you're trimming it out, and you're hauling all the way down to the next turn, trying to get there first, because clean water is your friend. That's the other thing that happens here, right? At all those top 4 drivers know whoever gets to that first turn is going to have at least a lap or 2 of clean water. That clean water is so helpful to be able to create a gap between you and the rest of the field. And even if somebody else might find some top-end speed, because, again, the attitude of these boats are going to change, because as they use their fuel, this boat is going to get lighter and lighter. And as it gets lighter, it could become a much more difficult racing machine to handle, or it could become a much better racing machine to handle, depending on how your boat likes to act. And that all is dependent on the water conditions, the wind, right? Your other competitors. So many factors go into play here to be able to consider yourself a race champion on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And the slightest misstep, the slightest unfortunate timing can be the difference between a podium finish and being on the outside looking in as we wrap things up here in the Formula Lights class. All right, we've got the new lineup set up and ready to go so that all race teams can see. Let's take a look at where we are at in that full standings here in the Formula Lights class. Once I allow all the race teams and their radio communication team to get to the drivers, we'll take a look at that here. But boy, I'm not stunned, but I'm surprised. She struggled a little bit yesterday. She was fast and then she wasn't. She was fast and then she wasn't. I didn't know what that came from, but whatever it was, whether it was finally getting comfortable with the setup, a new prop, some tweaks to the motor here in the night time yesterday after qualifying, but whatever it was, that team needs to make sure to do it again. While we got a minute here, I want to take a big chance to give a huge shout out to our sponsors here in 2025. We wouldn't be here without them. We wouldn't be able to hang out with you folks and have such a great time like we are. First and foremost, our title sponsor here again in 2025, the great folks at Mercury Racing. Mercury Racing builds high-performance marine propulsion for boaters who want to be the best, from outboards and stern drives to propellers. Mercury Racing engines are made for anyone who lives for speed. Whether you're out for fun or aiming for first place, check it out at Mercury Racing. JH Performance Boats. They're custom, classic, handcrafted, shallow water bay boats. They're built with the highest quality materials. They have exceptional service and support and unmatched reputation in their ability to pay attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and a custom boat that fits your exact needs. Find them online at jhperformanceboats.com. Our title sponsor here for the class. Big shout out to the great Giacomoto out in Seattle, Washington. What a fantastic supporter he has been of the Formula Lights class for numerous years. And Seaway Marine continues to deliver fantastic support here in 2025. And since 1957, Seaway Marine has been your one-stop boat motor shop specializing in both current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, including hard-to-find new old stock. Servicing trusted brands like Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards. Also handling OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. And don't forget about those pesky Chris Craft parts. Well, they got those too. Their vast inventory, warehoused in Linwood, Washington, ships over 100,000 packages annually in North America, supported by the most knowledgeable staff in the industry that pride themselves on superior customer service. Contact them online at seawaymarine.com. 425-412-4006. Make Seaway Marine your first call, as they are the one-stop boat motor shop, Seaway Marine. All right. And then, of course, there's the great folks who are the official fuel sponsor again in 2025, VP Racing Fuels. Win every race with VP Racing. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and performance you need. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing fuels victory at every turn. VP Racing fuels VP Racing's champion-winning products. Find them all at your local retailer or online at vpracingfuels.com. Win every race with VP Racing. Racing Communications. Well, of course, they're radios for racing. Seabolt Sports, your number one high-performance expert since 1939, with 3 generations of powerboat racing champions living the powerboat lifestyle. They specialize in Formula One powerboats and high-performance outboards, working closely with Mercury Racing to provide performance parts for the everyday racer. Find them online at SeaboltSports.com or give them a call at 573-216-1817. And Moto Marketing Group. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years, from developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally and for a great price. Find them online at motomarketinggroup.com. The great folks at Moto Marketing Group helping us on the marketing side. I also got to give a big shout out to Live Race Media. They are our media partner again here in 2025. And finally, wrapping up, our sponsors here in 2025, the great folks at Snap-on Tools. Snap-on Tools, original, enduring, high-quality tools since 1920. The only choice in your toolbox, the great folks at Snap-on Tools. All right, it looks like we had to take a quick break. The 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr. had an issue with his onboard air system. The air bottle wasn't working properly, so they had to swap that out. And again, as you saw earlier today, safety is of the utmost importance here. Not upmost, but utmost importance on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And so we wanted to give him the time to ensure that he was comfortable with his level of safety in the cockpit. He now is ready to go, and we're going to roll him 2x2 down the backstretch. Of course, already there and itching to get going again is the 24 of Shelby Love, who's out front. There we see the 60 of Brandon Bobolick, the 17 of Chris Hughes, and the rest of the field, 42 of Hans McCauley pulling up the rear there, and that's the 12 of Schleicher, who's moved up a couple of spots, but only just a couple after he unfortunately went dead down in turn number 1 on about lap 5. That really was the kind of the catalyst for catapulting the 24 Love to where she is now. She saw the opportunity. She was able to collect that spot. And then her teammate was able to get back out on the course and made it a much more difficult for the 35 of Schmierbach to get around him. By doing so, it allowed her to catch up and make her move. Now, she still had a fantastic move down out of turn number 2 here in the Formula Lights final. And what a move it was, and we'll see if she can do it again here. Actually, joining me now is somebody who has a bit of an insight on what it's like to be able to make that first move and make that jump from one of the, a could be to possibly is going to be. What a move that was by the 24 Shelby Love. Seems like that hard work is paying off as Dustin Terry, 2024 F1 champion, joins me here now for the rest of this Formula Lights final.
Yeah, I'm excited to come up here, man. I couldn't help myself. I wanted to come watch you, and they're coming down to start now.
All right, he drops the green flag, and here we go. The problem's going to be that dead straightaway speed on the 35 of Schmierbach, and there he goes. The 24 of Shelby Love just not able to handle it. Boy, that 35 machine may not be great in the corners, but boy, is it screaming fast down the front straight, Dustin.
Yeah, it looked like Schmierbach, we call it putting on the blinker. He just kind of came over a little bit and showed Shelby that he was going to take the lane, but just left enough room for her to be able to fit in there. So a veteran move, but, man, he got a great jump. But let's see if that Hoffman that she has can run him back down.
Yeah, it seems like the Hoffman, as long as she can stay to the outside, because cornering has already been always cannot been her bugaboo in that boat yet. She's getting better every turn, but seems like she likes that outside line. But you're right, he was kind of able to scrub up that water, even in the only opening, giving her only one lane. And boy, as you know, you run right through the wash of somebody, there's no way but going down on power just a bit.
Yeah, and you got to hope for Shelby that the water just gets a little bit turned up. The wind changed today coming out of the northeast, so it's not affecting the course, it's not affecting the current. All she can hope for is that this high boat count that we have in 45 today chops up the water, and you're going to see that Hoffman get faster about lap 3, lap 4. She's just got to hang on right now and keep him within
range. And she's got to not run out of time with 3 minutes, 37 seconds plus 1 lap remaining here in this main event in Formula Lights. She could just run out of time before she can get the setup of the water that she wanted last time to try to recreate that move again here after the restart.
Yeah, we're only 2 laps in, and Schmierbach is only about a half a lap away from the first lapper, and there's about 3 lappers towards the back, so she's just got to hang on. It looks like she's not losing much ground. She's only about 1.5 seconds behind him now, so if she can just keep gaining and hanging on, she's still going to have a chance.
Yeah, and as we move back now off of our leaders, we got a battle brewing for third here as the 77 of Daniel Trozen had a fantastic running start. He's able to move all the way up into that 4th position. Sorry, we got a battle for 4th, but Mendana's got him on the outside, and they've already shuffled the 2 of Travis Thompson all the way back to 6. He's got to be frustrated with this restart.
Yeah, he was really, really fast yesterday, and he just spins out in that turn there. He tried to stay in there hot with Mendana, and now Mendana's got a great line on the outside.
He knew the time was running out. He had to make a move. Sometimes you end up on the right side of that move. Sometimes you end up on the wrong side like the 2 of Travis Thompson did.
Yeah, he's got to get cleaned back up because the number 12 right there, the Clover team, he's your points champion from last season, and he's smelling blood in the water. So, but now, we're still watching Mendana right now hanging on to the hip of the 77.
All right, we'll stay with those 2 because that's a great little battle now for 4th and 5th. But now we jump back to our leader, the 35 of Schmierbach. He's now between 1 and 2, only about 1.4 seconds, so we're still under that 2-second mark. One little hiccup in the corner, one back marker going into the turn at the wrong time for Schmierbach is really all the 24 of Shelby Love needs to make her one move, because she's only going to have one crack at it with 1 minute 52 seconds plus 1 lap remaining.
She's right within a Rooster Tail's length, so she's going to cut that time down even more. She's probably down to 1.3, 1.2, and they're coming up on a lapper right now who's staying tight to the pins.
Yeah, and it looks like they might end up right in the lap of the 26 of Steve Lee and that Mike Scott plumbing machine as they come down into turns 3 and 4. I can guarantee you that Shelby is crossing her fingers while driving that Formula Light, hoping that the 35 of Schmierbach gets tied up with one of those back markers in the corner.
This is the chance now, but that lap traffic has moved out, but Shelby is staying with him. She moved it down to 1.2. She's still in there. She's just got to stay tight. They're only down to about 3 laps left with this time.
Yeah, 1.22 seconds. The elapsed time between our leader, the 35 of Schmierbach, with 1 minute 10 seconds remaining. remaining plus 1 lap. It's getting tighter and tighter. You know, here's what I'm curious about, Dustin. How does Schmierbach have such a great start, and yet now the 24 Shelby Love keeps gaining ground on him every time? Does that pew just not like the rough water?
It's got to be it, or just attrition, but Shelby is hungry, and she's hanging in there. She's getting better with every lap. It's just she's got to attack whenever she gets close to him.
Yeah, we're down underneath a second, 1.11, so she keeps moving it down. It's been about a tenth or so a second every lap. She continues to get closer, and now we've got more back markers, and I'm curious to see if we can see right now the 35 of Schmierbach. Is he going to get in to that corner with the 42 of Hans McCauley, or is McCauley going to move wide to the outside?
Oh, there you go now. McCauley, Schmierbach's going to his outside. Oh, yeah, and Shelby is riding his hip. Oh, and look.
Here we go.
We're coming up on the white flag.
Engaged.
White flag is out.
White flag is out. All right,
Shelby's got to dive inside if she wants something here. That's the move.
Oh, what a move. She goes down underneath. The 12, the 24 of Shelby Love makes a dive down underneath. She's side by side, deck to deck with the number 35 of Schmierbach as they go down the back straightaway. She's keeping that thing trimmed to the moon as she hits it 75, 80 miles an hour. Top speeds down the back straightaway. They go down 3 wide with the back marker into turn number 4. They get out of turn number 4. She walks it out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Formula One Championship Series history, a woman takes the crown of 24 of Shelby Love is your Formula Lights champion by a nose over the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
I don't even know if she knows that she won. She's still out there running hard, man. That was the perfect move. She gets into lap traffic. She dives down underneath. Schmierbach tries to put a block on, and she drove perfectly down that back straightaway.
That's where all that hard work pays in. I apologize if I got a little loud and blew your ears out there, folks, but I'm as excited. Everybody else here, you heard the crowd locally screaming and yelling. What a fantastic move. The 69 of Jared Wallach, what a great run for that rookie here in 2025. Not a rookie, but with a new team, a new boat, brings some hardware back to the Peterson Racing team. But boy, Mark Schmierbach is not used to having that stuff happen, and I guess this is notice. Hey, Mark, you better start getting used to this because Shelby Love is here, and I have a feeling this may be the first of many.
Man, and this is a huge confidence booster, right? Because she's just going to know that she's capable of doing that, hanging on till the last lap. And boy, look, she's there with her dad. The whole team is there. Just an absolutely fantastic performance. And I mean, you can't ask for a better performance to pass up somebody like Mark Schmierbach on the very last lap.
Absolutely. I mean, not even the last lap, the last corner. She gets down in there. They go 3 wide. McCauley's just like, I'm trying to stay out of the way, guys. And you know, and we talk about all the time in boat racing. Look at her teammate, the 12 of Trident Schleicher, dousing her down. Could we see back-to-back champions with different drivers from the Clover Construction team? This is what the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, Dustin, right? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you deal with in the Formula One class. You go out there, and there are numerous guys that you know, one little goof up, one bad corner because they get stuck with a back marker, and everything can change in an instant.
Oh, for sure, and that's what it is, to hang on. You can't let Schmierbach check out, and she did that perfectly. She hung in there, did everything she had to do, and you know, last season having a lower boat count, and she just went out there and put laps, and she was able to get the time that she needed. So whenever all these boats end up showing up out here, she's able to perform to the top level. And I mean, she's got to feel amazing. You can see the smiles, but you can see she is worn out. And I mean, the crowd is going absolutely nuts for her right now.
The first time that in Formula Lights we've really seen a new driver get that top spot on the box. We've seen a lot of veterans in Formula Lights for many years kind of dominate the class in a lot of ways, or we saw some bursts of domination and then they left, right, with the likes of Jeremiah Mayo, Grant Schubert. They made that step up right away. Other drivers maybe not on the same progression path. Makes it a lot more difficult for these young drivers to break through, but boy, she broke through and really broke through in a big way. She had a great consistent year in 24, and I think, you know, much like some other drivers in other classes are hoping to have here in 25, looks like this might just be her breakout year.
Yeah, and you know, that's got to get excited for the whole entire class, right? So you have McCulley out here, you had Wallach out here, you had the Mendonas, and all those guys did such a fantastic job of pushing this whole entire class to the limit. I mean, I'm excited. I love seeing a good 45 race, right? Because they say that the the way to become a great Formula One driver is to get into a 45, because technically any little mistake and you lose so much ground, right? You saw it with Travis Thompson. A little spin out puts you so far back, and I mean, it's just inches in that game. And boy, I'm so impressed with what Shelby just did there. I hope the audience back at home can realize just how tough that is to do. It's not easy to do, and that is a high professional level from a young athlete. And I mean, all you can say is that obviously you don't want to say this is the beginning of her trajectory, because she's done great in J Hydro. She did great last season, but seeing this now is showing you that she has true champion caliber.
Absolutely, and I think the biggest thing that you already hit on is how impressive it is to have, somebody is 19 years of age, maybe 20, to have the intestinal fortitude to know, like, hey, I may be only gaining a tenth of a second every lap, but that's okay. Right? Not having to try to gobble it up all at once, get over the skis, as the saying goes, right? Because you know what it's like. What happens when you go over the skis, you end up on your head. And she kept her composure. And honestly, I don't know if the 35 of Mark Schmierbach saw that coming.
Ben, you would think that he did a little bit, because you saw a couple of hiccups on this front straightaway. He got a little high, and then bam, Shelby would gain another tenth. And she just kept ticking it off. And, I'd love to be a fly on the wall for their radio to know, was she getting that information back, right? You're gaining, and I know they talk a lot on the radios at the Clover team of time and where you're at. So doing that that's the team that she has behind her, and she's putting in the driving effort that they need. And I mean, just all around looks great. So I'm very proud of her.
What a good team can get you, right? Obviously, you wouldn't be here with a 2024 Series champion without you and your team putting everything together. But I appreciate the time hanging out, man. I'm going to have a chance to chat with our Formula Lights champion. We'll see you in the cockpit pretty close to the tippy top, or if not on the top of that start pontoon here, as you try to go back-to-back in 25.
Yeah. Thank you, Thomas, and congratulations to Shelby.
Right on. All right, race fans. Well, joining me now is the young woman who's grinning ear to ear and just told me her heart's beating out of her chest. Shelby, first impressions with a big win here in Formula Lights.
I thought I was going to crash. I thought I was going to blow over. It was as smooth as it's been, and still I was the most scared because I felt like I had a lot more to lose. But it was really fun. I'm just glad that Mark drove me hard and made me work for it again. So it was fun.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Obviously, not the best rolling start. Mark came out like he was shot out of a cannon, and you knew you had your work cut out for you. Let's briefly walk us through what it was like just having to slowly chip away over that last 5 minutes to put yourself in that position.
Well, I knew I had 5 minutes. He got a better start than me. I just knew I had to spend that time chasing him down and not think about the time. For a minute, I thought there was no way I could get back up there again, but I don't know how I did it, and it's all a blur now, but it worked out, so.
And let's talk about that last corner. You guys went in 3 wide. Macaulay was there on that right down here, the second to last 2 turns, down in 1 and 2. And you made an uncharacteristic move based on your race line that you had all afternoon. You did the bob and weave, the head fake. You looked like you were going outside, and you dove hard underneath. What made you choose that line there right at that moment?
Well, I've always gone on the outside and tried to stick to that lane because I was a little uncomfortable trying to dive in, but my crew and Todd Anderson were telling me about that line. Like, if you have to, fake it, go a little slower and go on the inside. And I was like, it's the last lap. I have not much to lose now, and I just went for it. So.
Well, hey, you know what? Sometimes when you send it, it works out. And the hard work and the preparation that you've put in is not to be discounted. Congratulations. I know you're going to have a fantastic drive back to California, especially now. Go enjoy it with the rest of your team. Congratulations on the opening round win here in Formula Lights.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Shelby Love, your 2025 Port Neches Riverfest Formula Lights champion, potentially the first of many to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Texas Tri-Halls here at the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Welcome back, race fans, and what an amazing weekend it was here in Formula Lights. We saw an increased boat count here from 2024. 13 drivers from all across North America ascended here to the shores of the Neches River for the 24th running of the Port Neches Riverfest, our opening round since the inception of our series. And with those elevated driver counts, we saw a fantastic weekend of racing. We saw our normal expected drivers, like the 12 of Trident Schleicher, do what they normally do and get up there early in qualifying. Same with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. And then we got to that second qualifying heat, and Schmierbach found himself mired way back in 8th or 9th place, couldn't get out of the way. And unexpectedly, a new driver out of Redondo Beach, California, the 69 of Jared Wallach, was able to capture the top spot on the podium. But that didn't last long, as the 35 of Mark Schmierbach came out of a cannon on the opening drop of the flag here in this modified Le Mans start through the middle of the course and was able to get into that opening lead position. And he was starting to run away from the crowd when the 12 of Trident Schleicher went dead in the water down in turn 1. Fast forward just a couple of laps later with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach having 24 of Shelby Love all over him for about 3-4 laps. That gap started to close. It was harder to get around some of those back markers for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. At about halfway point of our Formula Lights final, the 24 of Shelby Love made her first move. Down in turn 2, she was able to get by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, walking him to the outside and laying the hammer down. And then we had a restart. The heart sank for the 24 of Shelby Love. She had built up a 10-second lead over the rest of the field, and we had to go back to a 2x2 rolling start. We dropped that flag, and it was a hard one for her. Schmierbach came back out in front, but she stuck to her guns. She stuck to her plan. And on the second to last corner, she made her move. She dove down to the inside, faking to the outside, and was able to get deck to deck with the 35 of Schmierbach, walked it down the straight front back straightaway, and made her final seal the deal move coming out of turn number 4 as she slammed it down to the inside and walked it to victory about a half a boat length over the 35 of Schmierbach for her first win in Formula Lights here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. You're now points leader for 2025. The 24 of Shelby Love, maybe the beginning of some special things to come. All right, folks, well, you got just a few minutes. As you can see, the Texas Tri-Hulls are back out of the waters. We're going to crown a champion here in Texas Tri-Hull. Ken, the 17 of Neil Marsh, start off the defense of his back-to-back series champions here in Port Neches with a win again. Or will it be one of our other fantastic drivers like the 88 of Josh Wells or the 69 of Cole Waring, maybe the 26 of Briston Sherman? We're down a couple of drivers after we had an incident earlier today. We lost a couple of drivers due to some damage and issues with their racing machines, but we're still looking to crown a champion. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers, 9 drivers out here in Tri-Hull looking to try to earn their top spot on the box here in just about 20 laps around this two-pin half-mile course here on the rough and tumble waters of the Neches River. These bumper boats at 65 miles an hour are going to churn it up. Who's going to be the champion? You got a couple minutes. We'll be right back as we are moments from getting underway with Texas Tri-Hull Finals here, the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
No, that's understandable. That's understandable. Fucking easy.
All right, we're going 2x2 down the backstretch, and what that means is we're moments away from the Texas Trihole final, where these bumper boats at 65 miles an hour are going to slug it out to crown a champion. Let's take a look at our starting lineup here in this main event for Trihole. On the inside of row 1, the pole sitter, the same place he's been almost every race for the past 3+ seasons, out of the great state of Michigan. They call him the Dude, number 17. Mr. Neil Marsh. On the outside of row 1, his arch nemesis in 2024, running for Captain Mark Seafood, out of Richmond, Texas, number 13, Grant Schubert. Another component of that outlaw F1 racing team here in the Trihole class on the inside of row 2, running for Ray Bob Seasonings, number 26, Preston Sherman. On the outside of row 2, in that number 1 machine, running for Walker Engineers, the number 1, Corey Walker. On the inside of row 3, it's Brondo. It's What Boats Crave, sponsoring the number 88 of Josh Wells. On the outside of row 3, number 69, Bernhauser Oil, JH Performance of Cole Wearing. On the outside of row 4, the 54 of Darren Caddy Ware. On the outside of row 4, the 12 in that Plantation Ace Hardware machine of Jack Schubert. Then it's the 63, the Mean Green Machine of Aaron Green, and the number 63, and rounding out our rookie, the 14, the 3 of Austin Terry. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's crown a champion in Trihole. We are underway, and the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 17 of Neil Marsh are going to do battle here from row number 1 in Texas Trihole. As they go down into the south end of the course, we're going to start lap 1. Schubert goes wide to the outside, trying to find the clean line. He forces the 17 of Marsh down to the inside. Now he moves to the outside. As he's trying to get some clean waters, he knows he's in for an absolute battle with the 13 of Grant Schubert. And the rest of the boats are come wadding up. Now those boats go wide. Somebody's going to have to make a tight line down to the inside. Who can do it? It looks like it's the 69 of Cole Waring was trying to. But the 13 of Schubert and the 17 of Neil Marsh starting to pull away as you see all these Triholes bouncing and slamming all over in speeds in excess of 60 miles an hour. The 1 of Corey Walker now sits up in third. He's been able to separate himself from the pack. Can he get up into the conversation with the 13 of Schubert and the 17 of Marsh? I can assure you, once they get into the back markers here in this 20-lap main event in Trials, it's going to be a completely different game. But right now, the 13 of Grant Schubert's just trying to set himself up so that he can be in a great place when he starts to collect some of those back markers. After losing a few boats, we lost 3 of them here this weekend. For this weekend. It's going to be tough for the 17 of Neil Marsh, because he's going to have a lot less time with the 13 of Grant Schubert dealing with back markers. But as we know, for those of you who've watched a lot of Texas Trihole racing, they bump and bang all over the place, and one little hiccup in a corner can cost you a lot of time, and that's what the 17 of Neil Marsh is going to be looking for. He's got to make sure he doesn't make a mistake as well. As our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert, continues to push. We're going to move back to see some of the other action here in the Texas Trihole class. There's the 1 of Corey Walker in third, but looking right behind him, there's the Ray Bobs of Preston Sherman, the 88 of Wells, and the 69 of Cole Waring, as they do battle for that 4th position, as they're on the outside looking in, trying to figure out a way to get up on the podium here in this Texas Trihole. There's again the 26 of Sherman. Look at how close they are. There's 3 or 4 of them. You got the 88 of Wells right there, the 69 of Waring. Great move by the 69 of Cole Waring going down inside. What a great run there. As there's the 69 of Cole Waring. Now in the background there we flash our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert, and he's looking to come up on the 03 of Austin Terry. Now Austin, the rookie in 2024, smartly goes wide to the outside, but that scrubbed up a little bit of speed. Can he split the difference? The 17 of Neil Marsh. Oh, look out there, the 63 of Aaron Green getting a little wild off camera. And that's going to be another wild card that they got to deal with. But there's the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 13 of Grant Schubert, both getting by the 03 of Austin Terry. Now Schubert's going to have to deal with the 63 of Aaron Green as they go down the backstretch. 17 of Neil Marsh hoping that the 63 of Aaron Green is going to make it difficult as they go down into the turn. Let's see what happens. Green goes out to the outside, but doesn't give him a ton of room. Really tight there. The 17 of Marsh tries to dive down to the inside, but not the best turn. Oh, look out there. They get real wild here in Texas Trihole, and the 13 of Grant Schubert likes to put on a show But you got to make sure that you're not putting on too much of a show, cost you too much time. But, boy, he is really doing a fantastic job of separating himself from the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's running that 4-stroke, 115-horse Mercury on the outboard on the back versus the 100 cubic inch OMC that's on the back of the 17 of Neil Marsh. 14 laps remaining here in this Texas Trihole final, so lots of time left, but the 63 of Aaron Green and that mean green machine giving the 17 of Neil Marsh as he comes into screen now all he can handle down the front stretch, and all that means for the 13 of Grant Schubert is just an extension of that lead here in this Texas Trihole final. There's the 17 of Neil Marsh slamming all over the place, trying to find some clean water. There's not much of it left here on the Neches River as these Triholes really churn things up here on this 2-pin half-mile course. There's a 17 of Marsh now really going wide to the outside. He knows he can't afford any sort of mistake here as we're just about to the halfway point of this Trihole final. He's got to figure out some way to track down the 13 of Grant Schubert. Hope for a mistake in a corner. A back marker gets in the way. He doesn't really care what it is. All he knows is he's got to make a move on the 13 of Grant Schubert, or it's going to be all for naught, driving 20-plus hours from the great state of Michigan down here to Texas. I mean, not all for naught. Second place isn't that bad, but it's not a place that Neil Marsh is really used to being. He's been the top dog for 3 years. He's gone back to back to back. He's your 3-time defending series champion. But I know, talking to Grant Schubert earlier, there's one thing on his mind, and really the biggest reason why he's still running in Trihole after migrating up to the F1 class as well is before he walks out of Trihole, he wants to make darn sure that he's been able to beat the 17 of Neil Marsh. He told me that was his biggest goal here in Trihole. Is now our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert's getting up on some of those back markers. He's catching his little brother. Yes, that's right. 13 of Schubert, 12 of Schubert, older brother Grant, younger brother Jack, and he makes quick work of the 12 of Jack Schubert and the 03 of Austin Terry as he moves it down the back straightaway. Now, the 17 of Neil Marsh has even more problems because the 12 of Jack Schubert isn't necessarily going to get out of the way so somebody can go catch his brother. He's going to run his race line, whether you're there or not. But look at the 17 of Neil Marsh just hosing down the 03 of Austin Terry as this group fights out down the front straightaway. Now is where it's going to get real hairy because we've got 9 laps remaining. And now we've got some pretty fast boats in the 69 of Waring, the 88 of Wells, the 54 of Darren Caddy Ware. And these guys are going to hold their line. They're not going to give Grant Schubert an inch. Honestly, they'll probably give him less room than they would somebody else. But he's going to try to find a great line and keep the 17 of Neil Marsh at bay. Will he be able to do it here? Can he run this thing essentially wire to wire from the outside of row 1? Oh, no, he has a real bad turn there. Down into turn 1 on the south end of the course. That's, again, the 17 of Neil Marsh is going to need 3 or 4 of these moments to happen here in the remaining 8 laps if he wants a chance to sneak by the 13 of Grant Schubert. We see now Schubert moving down in front of the 54 of Darren Caddy Ware, trying to find a clean line as the 63 of Aaron Green and the 88 of Josh Wells are dirtying up all the water in front of the 13 of Schubert. Now he goes tight down to the inside, trying to get by those back markers. The 17 of Neil Marsh now makes his way in. You see him now, he's choosing the outside line. Marsh knows even if he's not comfortable in the outside line, he's got to do something different, right? What's the old saying? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. But he knows he's got to change, so he's trying to do that. But boy, it's difficult with how churned up this water gets and what top quality of competitors that are sitting back in 6th, 7th, 8th place that he has to try to get by. And they're not going to give him an inch if they can help it. Oh, the 12 of Jack Schubert got way wild off screen. Looked up for a second there and saw him almost tip that boat on its side. You know, the one person that I really saw that was surprising that fell way off the pace is the one of Corey Walker. He's sitting in 3rd. I didn't expect him to really fall as far back as he has, but I guess he's in a comfortable place looking to just collect some points again. This is the first race of the season. There's the one of Corey Walker now just out the north end of the course. About a half a course away from our leader. So basically a half a lap between our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert, and our third place boat, the one of Corey Walker, 16 seconds off, but only 5.3 seconds is the 17 of Neil Marsh, and he's got to close that gap. Let's see if they come around one more time. Laying down a lap time as he crosses the start-finish line. Now 4 laps remaining, 3.45, so he closed the gap, but only by like 1/10 of a second. He's going to need a lot more than that as he bogs it down in turn number 1, and the 13 of Schubert, as you can see here, just continuing to stroll down the backstretch. All right, as we pick it back up with our leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert. Down into turn number 1, he goes south end of the course. That gap still now it's 3.94 seconds, so he's closing the gap. It was 5, then it was 4, now it's 3, but he's only got 3 laps remaining. There's not much left here, and that's a tall order against a kid who's been racing boats as long as he could get his hands on a wheel. They got a compound of racing in Richmond, Texas, and a rich history with multiple generations of top-notch powerboat racing drivers in that Schubert family. Let's follow him around here for the final couple of laps and see if Neil Marsh can make something of it. Now he's climbing up on his teammate who's sitting in 5th position. Looking at lap half the field is the 13 of Grant Schubert. There's the 17 of Neil Marsh. You see Schubert on the inside, the 69 of Cole Waring, understanding, hey, teammate, you're way out in front. I'm not going to get in the way of you whooping on Neil. There's the white flag. White flag goes out. One more lap for the young man out of Richmond, Texas, trying to bring more hardware back home in his quest to knock off the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 3-time defending champion here in Texas Trihole. As he goes down the back straightaway, pushing hard to that 115-horse Mercury 4-stroke outboard. Almost no maintenance on that trial, which is what allows the 13 of Schubert to run 2 classes. Now the 17 of Marsh is in the corner, but that's not going to be enough as he airs it out coming out of turn number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, your Texas Tri-Hull champion in 2025, number 13, running for Captain Marks, Mr. Grant Schubert. In 2nd position, an unfamiliar place for the man out of Hemlock, Michigan, but still a podium and a lot of good points going into round 2. The number 17 of Neil Marsh, and rounding out the top 3 with a ho-hum finish. He kind of got into a groove and kind of hung there, looking to collect some points and move on to Shreveport. But that is the driver running for Walker Engineers out of Bourne, Texas, the number 1 of Corey Walker. The rest of the field looks like this. The 26 of Briston Sherman finishing in 4th position. Their teammate, the 69 of Cole Waring, with some solid points finishing in 5th. Then it's the 88 of Josh Wells in 6th. The 54 of Darren Ware in 7th. The 12 of Jack Schubert finishing in 8th. And then in 9th, actually able to get out there and run some good laps after a continuation of what has been a very rough year for the 63 of Aaron Green. And he fought hard and was able to finally get it figured out here in the final, collect some good points, albeit not very many, with just a final run. But hey, points are points. And then rounding out the field, no surprise, his first race ever on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, the young 14-year-old 3 of Austin Terry. As the 13 of Grant Schubert hops back in and straps back in to his safety harness, checkered flag in hand, I have a feeling he might go right past the 17 of Neil Marsh and make him know very, very specifically what this means. As he goes down to the north end of the course, let me hear you put your hands together one more time. Your 2025 Texas Tri-Hull champion, number 13, Grant Schubert. There he goes all the way out to the 17 of Neil Marsh and kind of turns gently, giving him a quick glare to the outside of the course, letting him know, hey, buddy, this checkered flag is in my hand. The rivalry is renewed in 2025. Can the 17 of Neil Marsh hang on and win his 4th series championship in 4 years? Not if the 13 of Grant Schubert has anything to say about it. And he checked the first box in 2025 of ensuring that the Texas Trihole Final does not head back to the state of Michigan in 2025. And I can assure you, you think the 17 of Neil Marsh ran hard this weekend, he's going to come back harder and faster in 3 weeks when we're in Shreveport, Louisiana for round 2 of the Red River Rumble on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here in 2025. As the 13 of Grant Schubert making his way back to the dock. He's excited about a bunch. Chatting with his brother, a little brotherly love out there on the race course. Both of them running those Pro XS 115 horse Mercury 4-stroke outboards on the back of their Texas Triholes. The 13 of Grant Schubert is on the trailer. He's going to hop out of the cockpit, hopefully have a chance to chat with him here. Got to be excited as he was able to bring back the top spot on the box, which has been elusive for almost every driver over the last 3+ years, as Neil Marsh has had an absolute stranglehold on the class. This may be a change in the future. Will the 13 of Grant Schubert be able to do it again in 3 weeks at the Red River Rumble? Or will the 17 of Neil Marsh come roaring back? Or will we see the one of Corey Walker or one of the other Outlaw F1 team members in Trihole, which finished 4th and 5th, the 26 of Briston Sherman or the 69 of Cole Waring? But right now, all that matters to the 13 of Grant Schubert is he's 1 for 1. He's got one more race to run, and right now, he's perfect in 2025. As he rips that motor coming out of the water, he's super excited. The motto of the Outlaw F1 team is work hard, play hard, and they all embody that, and probably nobody more than the young Grant Schubert. He's in his early 20s, so he's life hasn't beat him up yet. He's real excited, and he's very confident. You need that in a driver, and I think that confidence showed today here in Texas Trihole as he leaned into it and just continued to push that thing all the way to the limit to the end of the Trihole Final. All right, we'll be right back with an interview with our 2025 Texas Trihole champion just a second. All right, joining me now is the man of the hour here in Texas Trihole. Boy, Grant, this has got to feel good. I know beating Neil Marsh is like your goal in life right now in Texas Trihole, and man, what a race that was.
Oh, man, he's been dominating for years, and it feels great to just finally knock him off the top.
Let's talk about that. Obviously you guys lined up each other on the inside and outside of row 1. Was your whole goal just to get to that first pin first?
Oh, yeah, just get the punch on him on the drop of the flag and hopefully beat him there and take the inside.
Absolutely. So now you got some great points. We head to Shreveport in 3 weeks. I'm kind of curious how much smack talking there's going to be between you and the 17 and Neil Marsh. I feel like the rivalry is renewed now with this big win for you here in the opening round.
Probably not much because it's a very respectful win. Hopefully, me and him are cool after this. He's been winning a lot for 3 years, and I can't really talk because he still's got more wins than me.
Well, hey, that's a good goal to have. It's a lofty goal nonetheless, but hey, you got 2 finals here this afternoon. You're 1 for 1. I know we'll let you go here so you can get back and strap into that Formula One cockpit, but for just a moment, enjoy it, young man. You deserved it.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is your Texas Trihole champion here at the Port Neches Riverfest, the number 13 of Grant Schubert. We'll be right back with the start of the Formula One final here next at the 2025 Port Neches Riverfest opening round here on the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, before we get rolling here with the Formula One class, a quick recap on that fantastic Texas trihole. The 13 of Grant Schubert and the 17 of Neil Marsh. Nemesis. All right. Let's take a look at that Texas trihole final here that was a doozy at the opening round of 2025. We had the 17 of Neil Marsh and his arch nemesis, the 13 of Grant Schubert, on the inside and outsides of row one, looking to do battle. But they were surrounded by fellow outlaw team members as the 69 of Cole Waring and the 26 of Briston Sherman were right there. As the green flag dropped, the 13 of Grant Schubert exploded down the front straightaway. He got into turn one, and he didn't look back. He ran hard. He ran inside. He ran outside. He ran all over the course because he knew he had to give it everything he's got to keep the 17 of Neil Marsh at bay. The 17 of Neil Marsh fought as hard as he could, but for the first time in 4 years, there was a man that wasn't on the top spot of the box, but he brought home second place hardware. And that's not too shabby considering we've got 5 rounds left here in 2025, and he's right there, still in the hunt to defend his 2024 championship. Can he pull it off? We're going to find out at the Red River Rumble in 3 weeks. But then finishing out in third was the one of Corey Walker, and the rest of the field way behind those top 2 competitors. So will it be a 2-horse race in 25? We're going to have to find out in just 3 weeks. But what a doozy it was, and a wire-to-wire finish for the number 13 of Grant Schubert.
For over 3 decades, one engine ruled the waters. The shriek of the Mercury 2.5-liter V6 two-stroke became the soundtrack of speed, precision, and dominance. From dock to podium, the two-stroke was king. But time waits for no legend. In 2025, the tides are shifting. Enter the Mercury APX 250, a 4.6-liter V8 4-stroke powerhouse built for a new era of dominance. With a series victory in 2024, is change already racing ahead? Will the veteran two-stroke reclaim its crown? Or is this the dawn of a new dynasty? As the battle at the top evolves, the action across the series is just as fierce. From the Texas tri-hulls, where raw grit meets unpredictable water warfare, to the Formula Lights, where the next generation of champions cut their teeth, and of course, the Formula Ones, 120-mile-an-hour ballet of precision and nerve, where the boats fly, the stakes are high, and only the bold survive. This is more than a championship. It's a revolution on water. This is the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Welcome to Port Neches, where the river doesn't just run, it roars. And racing is more than a sport, it's tradition. For the 24th year, the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series makes its annual pilgrimage to Southeast Texas, a Gulf Coast powerhouse of speed, sound, and southern celebration. Every year, the first weekend in May brings us here to the shores of the Neches River, where this quiet Texas town becomes the loudest, fastest, and most action-packed city that boat racing is yet to see here in 2025. From the raw chaos of triholes to the razor-sharp talent in Formula Lights and the elite speed of the Formula Ones, Port Neches is where legends launch, rivalries reignite, and horsepower hits home. While the engines roar on the river, the fun spills over to the surrounding community. Thrill seekers of all ages can enjoy the rides and dine on delicious fare favorites. From Texas-style barbecue to funnel cakes, there's something here for everyone. With a riverfront stage and headlining local bands, Port Neches Riverfest becomes an unforgettable experience. But it's not all fun and games. Our drivers work meticulously to test, tune, and perfect their boats before they go head-to-head. While early testing has brought a great deal of excitement on the river, the anticipation is still building. Today, only a few drivers will be lucky enough to take home a victory. So buckle up, y'all. Port Neches will be a weekend to remember.
All right, Ray fans, are you ready to go? What a beautiful day we have here in Port Neches, Texas. There's not a cloud in the sky. The water has calmed itself. The wind has moved out of the northeast, and we are going to have one heck of a main event here in Formula One. What a great class it is. And we're going to get ready to rock and roll here in just a little bit. We'll be right back with the Formula One final coming up next. As we've got all our top drivers from across the United States making their way down here to Port Neches, Texas, to try to start off the season the best way possible with an opening round win here in 2025. All right, as we are about to get set here for our main event, we'll be right back with the conclusion of the Formula One race and the 2025 Port Neches Riverfest. We'll be right back after this.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
And we're back here as we get ready for the Formula One main event. Let's take a look at some of our top drivers here in the Formula One class. We've got a host of drivers looking to knock off our 2024 champion here in 2025. Let's find out what they're doing to get ready to rock and roll.
From newcomers to family dynasties, competitors will be faced with tough competition on the water. Last year's winner, Dustin Terry, is back and ready to hold down his title. While our drivers have been busy tuning their boat, many of them have been putting in time testing and refining during the off-season.
We're probably the best one just because of the hours we have on the motor itself. Everybody gets to coattail off of my stuff because when they call Dave, I've been testing for him for 2 years, you know, so they get the same propellers I get and they don't have to do any of the work.
While RJ West and his team have been busy refining their boats, veteran Chris Rinker is more concerned about Port Neches and the conditions they'll be driving in.
There's a little less air running down the back straightaway, so the boat doesn't want to lift and fly like I like it to, but coming down the other direction, it's a little bit quite the opposite.
Others, like Dylan Anderson, are excited to be here and might have his own plan to build a dynasty, much like the Rinkers.
Having my son last year and getting to bring him to all the races, give him a car or a motorcycle or a boat toy, and he makes engine noises, and so he's screwed already. He's already got gearhead in his blood, right?
And while Dylan Anderson has struggled to find himself in first place, he's maintained a great attitude.
Some of the good things about being second in the points championship for the last 3 years in a row, we're not third in the points championship, which we were the year before that. So we moved up a spot. We've just been staying there for a little while.
As these drivers fight for their spot on the leaderboard, they'll have to contend with the Outlaws, Dustin Terry, Jeremiah Mayo, Grant Schubert, Travis Yates. From veterans to rising stars, this season is shaping up to be one of the most competitive yet. As this season unfolds, each driver will have a chance to leave their mark. Only one name will come out on top.
Boy, we got a lot of top drivers that are dialed in here in 2025. Can RJ West be the one who really messes it up for our reigning champion? Or will it be the 17 of Dylan Anderson that gets off the schneid in that second place bridesmaid, never the bride spot and be your 25 champion? Or will it be one of the Outlaw F1 team members, the potential for bringing another F1 championship to the Outlaw team? Let's find out what the top driver on that team here from 2024, your series champion, has to think about all the pressure and all the other drivers looking to track him down here in 2025.
So being a year out from the title, I feel that there's a whole lot more relaxation going on the side of racing. Huge weight off my chest, just something that you laid in bed at night and it was a burden of, man, why don't I have a championship? I know I have the talent to do it. I know I have everything, and just beat me up for years. You know, it's just, you gotta have one on the shelf to feel complete. I don't know how other people feel, but I had to have it. And now that it's there, I feel like I'm a million times more relaxed when it comes to boat racing. The most surprising thing to me in this off season was that that I could come back and that stuff is still going to be fast. You know, it's like you live on cloud nine that it was something that happened on accident or you know, oh, maybe luck was on my side, but so far so good, man. The boat's still fast, everything's still rolling. So I think I'm more surprised that I'm still feeling good, like I'm at the top of my game. So the vibe I'm getting from all the other teams and my own teammates are that now the target's on, you know, and they've congratulated me. They did that part, and then you can see this little chip on their shoulder with every conversation. Like, this guy beat me. Like, I gotta beat this guy. So they're all hungry, and I think that makes me even more relaxed in a weird way. It's like, yeah, come for me, you know. And my guys on my team now, it's like, let's get them their championship, and I'm gonna race my hardest. I'm not gonna give it anybody an inch, but I want to help them out, and I want to keep the Outlaw name on the top for years to come. 2025 season, I originally said that I was gonna be busy with some business ventures and that I didn't think I was gonna be able to make it. And John Schubert, Mike Schubert, they said, whatever you need, we will take care of it. Fly in, fly out, but you have to defend your title. Because I think one part, Grant and Jeremiah want to beat me and take the title from me instead of me forfeiting it. And, you know, a part of me hopes that they can, but The team has done everything for me this year to get it going, to have me back, and everything's been running great. So I don't know what this season's going to hold. I have a lot of things going on in business that that's where my brain is at right now, and if I accidentally do well in boat racing, that would be just a little extra. We call that lanyap where I'm from, the little extra, the little free.
All right, race fans, as we see, we got a parade lap going on here. And unfortunately, due to the racing incidents earlier today, the 52 of Chris Rinker has stepped away from his Formula One duties here in the Formula One main event. So that means that the 2024 champion is the man out in front, but he's got a lot of competitors that are going to look to do battle against him. The man right behind him is going to give him everything he's got out here on the shores of the Neches River and see if he can't claim that top spot on the box. But the Outlaw F1 team is sandwiching that driver as the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo is not too far off that top spot on the podium. Then you see the likes of Dean Comer, normally the number 2 driver in the Formula One class for Chuck Skelton Racing. But that Mr. Bowie, Gregory Law Firm, Mooten Development sponsored machine of 92 of Dean Comer in a new spot for himself, seeing what he can do with it. And then the 24 of Spencer Love, that new APX in 2024. Can he make some moves here in the final? The 14 of Andrew Tate, he had a big wreck yesterday, big spin out. They were up till 2 o'clock in the morning getting that motor back together, but here he is, ready to rock and roll. The Canadian, Aiden Benton, in his first final here in the Formula One class. Can he make some moves up from his starting position? And then there's the 40 of Austin Cheatham. I don't see the 93 of RJ West. Trying to figure out where the 93 of RJ West is. I know he's going to be starting last off the start pontoon this afternoon as he wrecked in qualifying heat number 1. In qualifying heat number 1, was winning qualifying heat number 2 until his motor went away from that wreck in heat 1. And boy, that has got to be frustrating for the 93 of RJ West. Still waiting to get back in the water is the 13 of Grant Schubert. You remember, Schubert just won the trihole race. He literally went from one cockpit into the other, and now they've got the rear cowling back off of the 13 of Grant Schubert. All right. We gonna do this with the grid? Where the hell's RJ? Oh, there he is. I didn't see him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at our starting grid here for this Formula One main event at the 24th running of the Port Neches Riverfest, the opening round of 2025. On the pole, the man who was your 2024 champion, starting off 2025 the absolute best way possible. On the pole, the number 1 out of Houma, Louisiana, running for Plash Lighting and Daybreak Bar and Grill, part of that Outlaw F1 team, the number 1. The Dustman, Mr. Dustin Terry. He's very familiar with this spot, starting second off the start pontoon here in the Formula One main event out of Nashville, Tennessee. Running for Low Car Performance, Anderson Marine. He's finished second the last 3 years, third before that. Can 2025 be his year? This is going to be the first test in 25 for the man coming second off the start pontoon, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Third off the start pontoon, he won the Red River Rumble in 24. He finished almost near the top, but didn't quite get there. Can he get there now in 2025 in that bright orange and white Ray Bob's all-purpose seasoning sponsor, number 8 of Jeremiah, Get Out of My Way Mayo. Behind him, in his best starting position in his Formula One tunnel boat career, the driver that's one half of the Chuck Skelton Racing team, running for Chuck Skelton Racing, the number 92 of Dean Comer. And in the 5th spot with that brand new APX 250 4.6 liter V8 on the back of that all white Hoffman composite with Neches Federal Credit Union and Clover Construction on the side, the number 24 of Spencer Love. Behind him, another one of those outlaw F1 contingents is the number 99 of Travis Yates, but I know the 99 of Yates was having some issues earlier. It looks like he's got those figured out, and he's going to start 6th off the start pontoon here in the opening round of 2025. In 7th position, the man who went over in qualifying heat number 2, normally behind the wheel of a Grand Prix or an unlimited hydroplane, but behind the wheel of a Formula One here at the opening round in 2025, the Canton, Michigan native number 14, Andrew Tate. Behind him in the 8th spot, hopping out of trihole after a victory into his Formula One, running for Captain Marks, the number 13 of Grant Schubert in that 8th position. In 9th behind him, running for JH Performance Boats, the number 40 of Austin Cheatham. In the 10th position, the driver out of Ontario, Canada, running for Acadian Emergency Services, Acadian Ambulance, and River Sports Recreation, number 98, Aiden Benton. And our final driver, probably the most unfamiliar spot he's ever been in his history of Formula One Powerboat racing here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship. But the man who won last year now starts last off the start pontoon here in 2025, running for CSR and Composite Craft Boats, number 93, R.J. West. All right, we've got most of the drivers set up here, just a couple more to go as we're going to run 17 minutes plus 1 lap around this 4-pin, 3/4 mile course here on the shores of the Neches River at the 24th running of the opening round of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here in Port Neches. We've been here for 24 years. Amazing it is. I've been able to spend so much time down here in Southeast Texas in May, where normally back home it's much colder in Minnesota. I'm very excited to be down here in this beautiful sunshiny weather. It's not too hot. Normally, I know sometimes down here in Port Neches you get that 92, 93, 95 degree weather this time of year. Well, it's not here this weekend. A beautiful mid-80s, light breeze, not a cloud in the sky. Fantastic setup for an unbelievable race we're about to get underway with here. And the real question is, who's going to come out on top? The 17 of Dylan Anderson. He has just been fighting so hard for the last many years. You know, we saw that piece from our 2024 champion of Dustin Terry talking about how he knew he had the equipment, he knew he had the team, he knew he had the skill, and it was driving him nuts that he hadn't won a title. Well, he does now, and I imagine if you were to ask the 17 of Dylan Anderson truthfully, he's in the same exact spot. The frustration has continued to mount over the last 3 seasons. Can it burst here in 2025 and see the 17 of Dylan Anderson start the season off the way he needs to try to claim his first championship on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series? Or will the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo let his teammate know that, like, hey, buddy, 24 was your year, the baton is being passed in 2025. This is the year of the Ray Bob's machine. That is the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. All right, we got just a couple of boats left to get back on the start pontoon, putting a transponder for timing purposes on the 40 of Austin Cheatham. Looks like he had a bit of an issue with his transponder. Thankfully, we have numerous mechanisms to ensure our drivers are timed properly. As you can see, as you saw in the Formula Lights final, the finishes can be pretty close here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, and to ensure that we know exactly who finished where, we not only manually score all our races, but we have a GPS transponder inside every single boat on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, which allows us to understand exactly who crossed that start-finish line first. These drivers are in the cockpit. Notice all their lids open, right? That sunshine beating down on their helmets inside that all-black carbon cockpit. These drivers are strapped in 6-point safety harnesses, Hans devices, right? Carbon cells to protect these drivers as they are going to reach speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour here on the shores of the Neches River. Who's going to be the winner? Can Dean Comer come out of nowhere and bring hardware back to California in that Gregory Law Firm machine for the first time ever in his career in Formula One? Or will the 2022 champion, the 24 of Spencer Love, be able to get back to that top performance that he saw just a couple of years ago with a new motor on the back, that APX 4.6-liter V8 4-stroke? Is the future here with the 4-stroke? Well, let's see here. First, fourth, fifth, and sixth, all the 4-stroke. Only second and third still living on that 2.5-liter V6 2-stroke. Let's get ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen, coming up on the 1-minute gun. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute as the lids close and the adrenaline pumps through the veins of our Formula One drivers. Who's going to be the winner here in Formula One at the opening round of 2025 here in Port Neches? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Can the 17 of Dylan Anderson get that start off the dock that he's been hoping for to come out on top? Or will it be the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Could the 92 of Dean Comer be the surprise of the weekend? 24 of Spencer Love get back into form. 99 of Travis Yates come out of nowhere. 14 of Andrew Tate. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will the 13 of Grant Schubert, or maybe the 93 of RJ West way back in 11th, claim victory? Let's crown a champion here in 2025 in Formula One. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. He drops the flag. They come roaring off the dock. Great jump there by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. As all of our drivers come roaring through the middle of the course, let's see what's going to happen. Anderson's got a little bit of a lead over the 2. Oh, they're getting real tight down there. All 4 boats go down into turn 1. They come through clean. In through turn 3, out of turn number 4. Oh, look out there, Dylan Anderson. No, that was the 1 of Dustin Terry. He put it way on its tail coming out of turn number 4. And the 17 of Dylan Anderson did exactly what he was hoping to do. And he's got that 2.5 screaming down the front stretch as he goes down into turns 1 and 2. Off at 2, now back on the accelerator down the back stretch. 105, 110, 115 plus miles an hour as he tries to run away from the 1 of Dustin Terry, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, and the rest of the field here in Formula One. Let's see what type of racing line he's going to do. He likes that tight line, that 2.5, a much lighter, more agile power plant on the back of his Formula One compared to the 1 of Dustin Terry. Notice that big all-black Hoffman composite hull built specifically for the APX 250, running way wide to the outside in lane 3 or 4. He likes that wide line. We've already seen that be beneficial. The 24 of Shelby Love used that to her advantage in the Formula Lights win earlier today. Can the 1 of Dustin Terry use it to track down our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson? There's the 92 of Dean Comer. He's sitting in 3rd position. Oh no, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo pulling off the course. Looks like the afternoon might be done for the driver out of Richmond, Texas, running for Ray Bob Seasoning. And that means a Chuck Skelton racing machine of Dean Comer on the podium right now. But we got a lot of racing left in this 17 minutes plus 1 lap main event here on the shores of the Neches River. And Dean Comer's got to watch out, because you're going to see here in just a second flash onto the screen out to the right, the 14 of Andrew Tate is hunting him down. There's the 93 of RJ West. He's already moved up into 8th position as he's continuing to fight, and he's going to have to eye up the 13 of Grant Schubert and try to get by that young driver who is filled with confidence after a Texas trihole win just about 25 minutes ago. Our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he's already out of turn number 2. Down the backstretch, he's got to make sure to be smart through every corner because he knows he's got the defending series champion looking to chase him down. Here in the early stages of this Formula One main event, 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, plus 1 lap. Can that Anderson Marine machine with low car performance keep it rolling here at the opening round of 2025? Looks like the afternoon is going to be done for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo almost before it started. He wasn't even able to get 1 lap in, and they're putting that thing on the trailer. There's the 98 of Aiden Benton. He's sitting there in 9th position, trying to push hard as he's already looking to try to get by the 40 of Austin Cheatham. But our leader, now the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he's coming up on the first back marker. That's the 99 of Travis Yates. He had some electrical issues before the final. He got the boat fired, but clearly down on power as we've seen him be much better here in 2025 in the opening round through qualifying. Got to be frustrating as you really start to, you feel that momentum building, you feel that you're building upon what you've done before, and then something happens and you feel like you took 3 steps backwards from where you started. But he's a tough-nosed competitor. He's going to continue to push because he knows, you know what, I may not win this battle, but you know what? I can win the war just staying consistent and working hard as he's trying to continue to fight. Now let's go back and check out our leader. There's the 4. Actually, we're going to go to the 14 of Andrew Tate. He's sitting in 4th position. Oh, look out there, Andrew Tate. He almost barrel rolls it down between turn 1 and 2. That heavy weight of the back on the back of that APX. If you combine that with the majority of his experience in hydroplane racing where you turn completely different, so he can't really lean on that experience as much as maybe he would like to, but it looks like he's got it figured out much better set of turns there in 3 and 4, and he's continuing to put the nose down and try to track down the 92 of Dean Comer. But now we go back to our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's already at the north end of the course looking to eye up the 98 of Aiden Benton. He's trying to use these back markers as almost a pick, right? So he's going to get by a guy, maybe force that guy down inside and scrub up the lane that the 01 of Dustin Terry is in, as Terry's continuing to gain ground, and he's right on top of him. We're going to stay with this battle for first and second here, as here comes the 01 of Terry on the outside. The 17 of Dylan Anderson going tight to the inside, pin to pin. It's APX versus 2.5. It's the old guard versus the new future. Who's going to take it here in Port Neches? He gets bogged down in the corner a little bit. There does the 17 of Anderson. Now he's getting into the wash. Watch out now. Here comes this 1 of Dustin Terry on the outside. This is where he likes to run. Now the 17 of Dylan Anderson's got to move over because the 98 of Aiden Benton is staying outside. Now the 1 of Terry's got to dive back underneath. He doesn't like do that. Now he's got to go through the wash of multiple boats. Boy, that is exactly what the 17 of Dylan Anderson was hoping to happen. What a great move there by the veteran driver. He saw that he was going to get into the corner with the 98 of Benton. So instead of just backing off or trying to force his way down inside, he kept the hammer down. He went all the way down to the outside, and Terry knew, I can't go to lane 9. I cannot make this course that much longer or I'm going to lose ground. And the problem is he still hasn't been able to get by the 98 of Aiden Benton. The 17 of Dylan Anderson has, and that lead just went from like 1.5 seconds. It's now up to 3+ seconds lead for the 17 of Dylan Anderson as he goes out of turn number 3, then off 4, out into lane 2. Now he's shifted out a little bit, changing that racing line as he's now got some breathing room over the 1 of Dustin Terry. Now Terry's finally able to get by the back markers. You'll see him go through 3 and 4. There's Terry flash by now. It's up to 4.2 second lead for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Nice job there by the 1 of Dustin Terry, continuing to stay in the fight. He knows that he's got 10 minutes plus 1 lap left. He doesn't have to make up all the ground on 1 lap, but he's got to consistently push that machine to the limit, as Jonathan Jones would say, and give it everything he's got to try to slowly but surely chip away at that lead from the 17 of Dylan Anderson. The problem is he going to be able to have an optimal race line throughout the rest of this 10 minutes plus 1 lap final? Because that's what he's going to need. There's the 92 of Dean Comer. He's still in third. Now, here's the crazy part. The 14 of Andrew Tate is falling back to fifth, and Dean Comer's teammate, RJ West, is all the way up from 11th. And now we got teammates that are going to be doing battle here in this final 10 minutes. Can the 92 of Dean Comer hold off the hard-charging driver out of Manteca, California, as you see him go crossing way wide to the outside? Comer goes down to the inside, sandwiching the 98 of Aiden Benton. And it's moments like this where is that driver at when we go in the corner of that back marker? The 93 of West goes way wide to the outside. Now Comer goes out, he cuts in front of the 93 of West. West dives back to the inside. This is his lap. He's looking to make a move, but the 98 of Benton, he does eventually move to the outside. I thought Benton was going to stay down to the inside, but he does move out. The 93 of RJ West, though, on that 250 APX 4-stroke, it's hundreds of pounds heavier than the 2-stroke, so it does not like that pin-to-pin. And the 92 of Dean Comer knew that, forced the 93 of RJ West into lane number 1 and able to hold on to that third-place position, at least for now, here in this Formula One main event. But our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson's continue to hang on as gets by a couple more back markers. The 13 of Grant Schubert and the 99 of Travis Yates. And the 17 of Dylan Anderson is continuing to push. As we see the 92 of Comer and the 93 of West, teammates fighting for third and fourth. Who's going to be on the outside looking in? Who's going to be inside looking out? The man trying to get one more spot up on the podium is the man who has the number 1 on the side, your 2024 series champion, the one of Dustin Terry. Can he catch the 17 of Dylan Anderson, who's got quite the lead over the one of Dustin Terry? And Dustin wasn't even able. It's 4.45 seconds, and Dustin Terry was 0.4 of a second slower on that lap than the 17 of Anderson. That's not what he needs, and here's the battle that's a doozy right now between the 92 of Dean Comer and the 93 of RJ West. Comer continuing to run like lane 1.5. He's not all the way to the pin, but he's not a full lane away from the pin because he knows he can't go that tight. And the reason he's doing this is because he knows he cannot give the 93 of RJ West free rein. Notice RJ West tries to go to the inside. Comer now climbs back down to the inside of the course from lane 4, forcing the 93 of RJ West to cross over the wake. Now they go in the corner. Notice now RJ West makes the dive underneath, and that's a tough one to do, and he's got to cross over the wake. And that moment where he crosses over the wake, a lot of times that can completely wipe out any of the ground that you had gained on the straightaway because it's so hard to generate the same amount of power. Oh, watch out there, Dean Comer. Might be the move here. Comer got squirrely there between turns 3 and 4 and allowed the 93 of RJ West to get right up on top of him. Here they're almost side by side coming down the front straightaway. Down into 1. Now let's see what Comer does. He goes into lane 3, forcing the 93 of West. They got a great game of cat and mouse. These teammates know each other better than anybody else. They run in the Southern California Speedboat Association out in California, run by Formula Lights driver Jared Wallach's father Ross. So these guys have a lot of time with one another. They understand how each other operates. And so instead of a game of chess, it's like a chess game within a chess game, because when one makes a move, the other one already knows it's going to be the move that they're going to make. So now they're into that second and third layer of moves. The man who's not having to worry about any different moves than he planned before he got into the cockpit is the man right there out in front, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He has got that thing boogieing here on the Neches River as he wants 2025 to be the year of Dylan Anderson. He's got a 3rd and 3 second place finishes in the series championship over the last 3 years. Can 2025 be the year? If he can hang on here for the next 5 minutes and 57 seconds plus 1 lap, he will have started off that journey here in Port Neches the best way possible as that battle continues. Oh, look out there. RJ West almost took out a buoy coming out of turn number 2. But the 92 of Dean Comer, what a fantastic run for that driver out of California. I don't know if I expected him to really put up his dukes and go toe-to-toe with his teammate yet, but it looks like the day has come where we might not have a one driver A or driver 1 and driver 2. We might have driver 1A, 1B, because they're both looking fast. All right, looks like there's the 13 of Schubert. He might have had some issues down at the north end of the course. That's backed him up a little bit. There's the 1 of Terry. He's just getting through turn number 4. Our leader's all the way down at turn number 1. He's built up a massive lead over that second place boat now. The 17 of Dylan Anderson looking to do exactly what he did to wrap up 2024. Here when we start 2025. He finished 2024 with a dominant performance in Windsor, Colorado, and he is putting on a clinic here in 2025, way out in front. But the man trying to hang on to the podium is the man in view right now. That's the 92 of Dean Comer. Ken Comer hold off his teammate, or will he succumb to the pressure from one of the most decorated Formula Lights drivers and one heck of a Formula One driver, your winner here in Formula One in 2024. He's just trying to get back on the podium, but not if his teammate has anything to say about that. Comer pushing hard out of turn 4. He has driven his teammate all over the course. What a fantastic piece of driving. And I think when we finish this Formula One final, if he's able to hang on, I think the first person that's going to shake his hand is the 93 of RJ West. There he goes down tight to the inside. It seems like every time he knows RJ's going to make a move, he's already there to block that move. And what an impressive run it could be if he hangs on. But the 17 of Dylan Anderson is continuing to push. Looking to eye up the 99 of Travis Yates, and oh no, we lost another boat. The 13 of Grant Schubert is pulling off the race course. Looks like he's struggling mightily with that Captain Marks Formula One machine, and we've lost another one of the Outlaw F1 team. There's only just the 2 remaining, the 99 of Yates and the 1 of Terry. Terry's hanging on to second. And the battle rages on between the 93 of RJ West. Look at him just getting absolutely hosed down. And he lost his rear cowling. The 93 of RJ West lost his rear cowling. This happened again yesterday as well. Is this something that's going to benefit him? It could, but it could also do what it did yesterday, which allow water to get into the horn of that APX. And again, because the computer drives so much of the performance and runs that APX motor, as soon as that motor sensed more water coming close to getting into the internals of that machine, it shut itself down and went into like almost a guardian mode, right? Protect itself. Well, it's come off again. Can he use it to his advantage, or will the same thing happen that happened in qualifying heat 2, where after that cowling came off, he eventually went dead in the water and had to DNF, which is what caused him to start in 11th here in the main event. Comer continuing to push hard. We pick back up with our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's on the backstretch now, going down to turn number 3. In cruise control right now. He's just got to make sure that 2.5 liter V6 two-stroke holds up. That's the biggest concern, and why so many of our drivers have moved over to that APX 4-stroke machine is you lean out your fuel mixture with your oil a little too much. Something gets clogged in a carburetor. There's so many things that could go wrong in that 2-stroke that can be catastrophic, whereas in the 4-stroke, it's designed to run, at least a full season without being refreshed. Realistically, our drivers could possibly get a couple of seasons in without refreshing that motor. And boy, does it make it for a dynamic, exciting racing experience here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Oh no, what happened to the 93 of RJ West? Oh, there he is on the outside. He was in the wash. Let's jump back away from the 1 of Dustin Terry and get into that battle now as they come into view in turns 3 and 4. There's the 92 of Comer. I thought the 93 of RJ West might have been gone, but he was just in the rooster tail, and it seems like once he realized the 93 of West was so close to him, it's like Dean Comer hit it into hyperdrive, right? A little bit of that shake and bake action, right? Slingshot engaged. I don't think so, RJ West. You're not going to get up close to me and use me to get around me. I'm going to block you all over the course, and what a fantastic job. Honestly, the race of his career right now for the 92 of Dean Comer. Such a fantastic run as he continues to hang on, but we've still got 33 seconds plus 1 lap, so just a couple of laps remaining. You can see Chief Referee up to my left has got the white flag in hand. And we're going to keep on that battle. There's the white flag for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. As we'll stay with the 17 of Dylan Anderson. We'll jump over to the 17 of Dylan Anderson as he goes down the back straightaway. There's the 92 Comer. Here's at 17 Anderson. He's already down the back stretch into turn number 3. What a fantastic finish here at the Formula One Powerboat Championships opening round of 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear you scream loud. He's taken second the last 3 seasons. He's looking to make sure that changes in 25. Your champion of the 24th Port Neches Riverfest out of Nashville, Tennessee, number 17, Dylan Anderson. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the crowd. We got that insane battle for third, but in second place, coming across the start-finish line wide to the outside, that is our defending champion. He starts off in a pretty good, solid spot, the one at Dustin Terry, and by about a boat length and a half, finishing on the podium for the first time in his Formula One career, out of Monrovia, California, number 92, Dean Comer. In fourth position, the number 93 of RJ West by, a little over half a second. What a fantastic show those two put on. In fifth, not too shabby after going over and having to be up till 2 in the morning, was the 14 of Andrew Tate. In sixth position, the 24 of Spencer Love. In seventh, the 40 of Austin Cheatham. In eighth, the 98 of Aiden Benton. Ninth, the 99 of Travis Yates, and then unfortunately, and they will be subject to team punishment, as so I'm told, finishing in 10th and 11th, not the way they wanted to start at all, the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Woo! Well, not the biggest field we've seen on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. A bit of attrition. We lost the 29 of Jared Jensen on Friday after he blew it over sky high on testing. You saw that in some of our footage earlier. We then lost the 52 of Chris Rinker due to some racing incidents with the Rinker Racing team. He made the decision. The 17 of Dylan Anderson getting doused down by the 2024 champion, tipping his cap to the run that this driver made. What a fantastic run it was. But again, the 52 of Chris Rinker having to step away after a racing incident earlier today to make sure he could take care of his family. Had been a hard decision for the 52 of Chris Rinker as he was going to start on the pole. But having to step aside, making the right move. And he's going to be back in Shreveport ready and better than ever. But boy, that one little thing really, look at the donuts of plenty for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. And ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time. Your 2025 Port Neches Riverfest Formula One champion, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's going to make his way down pit lane and make sure all the fans know exactly who was the champion here in 2025 of the Port Neches Riverfest. He's got to be grinning ear to ear. That Fu Manchu is that glorious Fu Manchu is on top of a smile that goes from his left ear to his right. This is how he wanted to start off 2025. He knew he needed to do it this way. He knew that Dustin Terry was going to be back and pushing hard. He knew RJ West, Andrew Tate, Spencer Love. These guys were going to be coming for him at no matter what. And he was going to make sure that if any of them wanted to try to win this race, it was all going to come through him, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. And he goes basically wire to wire after starting second off the dock and rolls this thing all the way to the finish. He's now going to make his way back to the start pontoon, put that boat on the trailer, and hopefully we're going to have a chance to chat with our champion here in 25. We'll be right back with an interview with our champion here in the Formula One class. Right after this, it's the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series opening round here at the 24th Port Neches Riverfest. All right, race fans, joining me now here on the judges' stand, the man of the hour, the wire-to-wire winner here in Formula One, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Well, Dylan, got to feel good.
Feels awesome like always, man. You just you don't get many chances to win races around guys like this. I mean, it is so competitive, and everything's got to come together. You got to have an awesome crew helping you. You got to have luck go your way, and you got to be on your toes yourself. So yeah, it feels awesome.
Let's talk about that start. Obviously the advantage of still sticking with that 2.5 liter V6 two-stroke is those things come off the dock like a rocket. Was that part of the decision to stick with the two-stroke package here in Port Neches?
Actually, the reason we ended up running the two-stroke this weekend primarily just came down to the way the weather was when we came into the weekend. The four-stroke has a lot of pros, and its only con that I think is it's a little tougher in rough water. Now, I haven't had as much seat time in the four-stroke like some of these other guys have, so I'm sure it's something we'll pick up over time. But today was flat calm, and, I kind of wish we would have been in the four-stroke just to see what we had in it. But, no, we had a blast. I really got to thank all my sponsors and my crew. Anderson Marine, we wouldn't be here without those guys, right? A new sponsor that came on with us this year, Elite Direct Finance. They finance boats, RVs, trailers, all sorts of stuff. They're awesome guys, and they work with us in our business as well. XS Power Batteries, keep the boats running, keep everything powered up. Low car performance gets our steering wheels locked up and loaded, and a bunch of other little miscellaneous stuff. They sell everything. So
absolutely, man. Well, hey, I can see the emotion starting to pour out of you here. We talked a little bit earlier this weekend. While this whole adage around bridesmaid, never the bride stuff's probably got to get old. But, it seems like 2025, you're just one step closer to this being the year of Dylan Anderson. Got to feel great to start the season off the best way possible.
Yeah, it feels awesome. Every year we do our best. We do what we can, and doesn't matter where we finish. We're pretty darn happy to be here with our friends and family.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I know you got a little nugget back in the pits and a wife that are going to be super excited to give you big hugs. And you got to get on the top box in that podium as we got award ceremony coming up next. But congratulations, sir. That was a dominant performance and a wire-to-wire win that you deserved 100%. And we're looking forward to see what you can do 3 weeks from now at the Red River Rumble.
Yeah, we're excited to be there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's your Formula One champion. Wire-to-wire, the man from Nashville, ran it like he stole it and pieced out from the rest of the crowd here in Port Neches. Can he do it again? Remember, from now, 3 weeks, northeast of Port Neches in Shreveport, Louisiana, the Red River Rumble. Can this guy go 2 for 2? We'll find out. We'll be right back with the awards ceremony here at the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
unplug your comms,
Your camera.
and your view. That I have to leave up until you
You
get.
have it plugged in separate, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're the switch.
You can leave the switch basically. Just unplug all your stuff that's into mine. So here, hold on. So yeah.
So the switch is into there. That's good.
Yep.
Your camera's into there. That's good.
Yep.
The white thing is us.
That's you guys.
And then this is just our little video. Like that was that was the setup to get video too. So that, yeah.
You won't plug my yellow thing here, my black. Yep. I gotta wait till the ceremony before I can start tearing down. I don't know when that's gonna start. I think there's like a fallback to a camera because they're doing some wide shot. Yeah. Cool. Short stick. That's all right.
Is there anything we can carry back to this regularly? I mean, I'm not opposed to making something.
I'd appreciate that. I mean, it's not much. A lot of it's in use right now, but I'm gonna hop back on this. Little orange box is yours, and that's it. Davis, let me know you need a shot. And you know how quick the ceremony starts?
Right, throw away all the police things.
And then as for teardown over here, am I tearing down these canopies and tables, or that's someone else? No, I didn't say. Also, too, I really gotta go to the bathroom. I can still pause. All right, sure. Roger. All right, turn her down. Yep. All right, now I can start turning her down.
Nice.
I just had to bitch and moan a little bit.
What would you like me to build from over
I was like, I would, there's just so much.
Please tell me how it can
All right.
eagerly waiting.
Attention in the pits. There we go. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Everybody make their way down to the hot pits here. We're going to give away some hard-earned and deserved hardware in all three classes here as we wrap up the 2025 Port Neches Riverfest here, the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. So let's make our way down to the pits here. We're going to give away some hardware here, very well deserved for all of our drivers in all three classes. What a fantastic weekend of racing it was here, as it always is on the Neches River here in beautiful southeast Texas. Hoping to be back here again in 2026 like we have been for the last 24 years. But up next, we're moving on to the Red River Rumble in Shreveport, Louisiana in 3 weeks' time, Memorial Day weekend. We'll be lighting up the Red River in downtown Shreveport, Bossier, Louisiana. So for those of you here at the Riverfest, if you find yourself with some plans that you'd rather change, you should do that. Book a hotel and come hang out with us in Shreveport, Louisiana in 2025 here for round number 2 of this 6-round season here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Alert. Socks with sandals.
All right, everybody, let's start making our way down here. Where's my Outlaw F1 team at? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Please, all drivers, make your way down to the hot pit ramp for our awards presentation.
Hoo, hoo, hoo. I just don't want them talking and pick it up.
Beer's pretty good too.
chick.
All right, everybody. Let's get ready to go here for our awards presentation. If I can have everybody make their way down here to the Formula One awards presentation. Come on, everybody. I don't bite that hard. Come on. Let's come on down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic weekend we had here in 2025, the 24th Port Neches Riverfest. It didn't disappoint. We're going to start things off with the Formula Lights class. Probably one of the best Formula Lights races we've seen in numerous years here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And it ended with a bang, that's for sure. And the driver who started here in third has not raced with us a ton here over the last couple of seasons, hoping to see more of him here in 2025 after a fantastic run. He finished on the water in fourth, but a technical infraction moved him up onto the third spot on the podium, gaining some fantastic points here for the 2025 season. He hails from Trenton, Michigan. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together for your third place finisher here in Formula Lights, number 77, Daniel Trozen. All right, right here. You're not used to our protocol, but I'll walk you through it. No worries. Well, hey, Dan, fantastic run here today. Got to feel good to get bring home some hardware back to the great state of Michigan.
Yeah, it was a good weekend. I'm glad, good turnout for the 45s. It was very competitive from start to finish. So it's a great run. Sometimes you always want to get that third place on a technicality, but I mean, it is what it is. So we'll take it.
Absolutely. You know, I know normally you don't see fields like this where you've been running the last handful of years till you get to the APBA National Championships. What's it like being able to go up against 12 or 13 of the top competitors in the nation here at the beginning of the season?
You definitely got to be on your game, and there's some fast boats. I mean, you don't know who's going to come on top and who's going to be fast, and it was very exciting. There was very good boats, and from top to bottom, there was very good boats, very good competition. It was mostly clean. There was a few little incidents, but that's going to happen. So, it was a very fun weekend.
Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you give you a round of applause. Your third place finisher, number 77, Daniel Trozen. Well, this next driver, normally I am a little bit later in my presentation when I get to talk to him. But regardless, he put on a fantastic show. He gained some huge points for 2025 season series championship, which he hasn't won in a couple of years. He had a hard-fought battle with the 24 of Shelby Love. Coming in second in Formula Lights here in 2025 at the Port Neches Riverfest out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, running for Pizza Inn, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. All right, Mark, we're going to stay down here because I'm running out of cord. But first off, let's talk a little bit about that start. Started exactly the way you wanted. Maybe didn't finish the way you wanted, but looks like some good progress over the 2024 season.
Yeah, we're starting out pretty good. We knew that she had the punch on me and I had top end. I started too far back on the dock, so I just went for just top speed, and it hurt through the short chutes.
And talk a little bit about that. I know that you can vary your setup wildly based on propellers and different things, so it sounds like you went with the big wheel, just trying to run down the straightaways, and maybe it caught you here in the final just at the last moment.
Well, it took her that long. But I give her a lot of credit. That was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Well, it's always fun when you can go back to Wisconsin with some hardware in hand. Hard-fought, deserved second place. Congratulations, Mark.
Yes, thank you, and thank everybody here, and my thoughts and prayers are with Jerry.
Right on. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher in Formula Lights, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. Well. You know, in the APBA, there's this rule about your first. And she did it one better. It's the first, right? So the first time she's ever been in the top spot on the podium in Formula Lights, and the first woman to ever win a Formula Lights race on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. I don't discount that because in a room full of a bunch of stinky, loud guys, she made sure that all these women out here and all the women across the United States and the world know that, hey, you've got just as much as anybody else. You put in the work, you put in the time, and she has done that over the last couple of years, and she was rewarded today with a fantastic run. She tracked down one of the greatest Formula Lights drivers the United States has ever seen. She passed him on the last lap. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in Formula Lights, number 24, Shelby Love. All right, Shelby, we'll keep this quick. We had a chance to chat about a lot of this earlier, but is it sinking in now with that trophy in hand?
Not really. It still just feels like it's a blur. I don't know what to feel.
Well, hey, that's okay. You're allowed not to know what to feel. You're allowed to soak it all in tonight. But I guess tomorrow then you go back to work. The Clover construction team make his way back to California and gear up for the next race at the Red River Rumble?
Yeah, I just hope we can load up. Usually we're the last ones regardless, so it's probably going to be a while and leave tomorrow, but excited to go on to the next one.
Well, that gives you a lot of time to enjoy it with your family and friends here before you head out from Port Neches. I can't be more prouder to say this. Congratulations, young woman. You are the 2024 Port Neches Formula Light champion.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, number 24, Shelby Love. Ladies and gentlemen, the Formula Lights class. Oh, come on, Dan. Oh, she can't do it. She can't get it off. She's got too much champagne in her eyes. Now she's got more. Oh, now she gets to douse down all the rest of her competitors. Great job, Formula Lights class. What a show you put on here at the 24th Port Neches Riverfest. Fantastic. Grab that hardware, get back to the pits, and enjoy the rest of your evening before you head back to your respective homes. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's follow her down to the river. Follow her down to the river as they scoop her up. And in the APBA history, this is what happens with your first. They grabbed her. Her teammate tried and schleich her. And her radio man grabbing her, and they're going to huck her off the end of the dock. You go swimming in the body of water you just won, and they dump her in. She's probably never been more excited to be thrown in a river in her entire life. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next class, I wanted to provide an update on the man, the myth, the legend that is Scary Jerry Rinker. We just had a chance to talk with the Rinker Racing family. He's in a lot of pain, as to be expected, but he's there, he's responding, he's breathing, and he's okay, ladies and gentlemen. I know that's a big weight lifted off of everybody's shoulders. I don't think there's a single person on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in any capacity that doesn't have a lot of love for Jerry Rinker, whether it's personality or the perseverance of a man at 82 years old, still bouncing around in a trihole, bumping boats at 60-plus miles an hour. But what a fantastic bit of news I was just provided by John Schubert that the 82 of Jerry Rinker, the 10 of Jerry Rinker is going to make it. He's going to be okay. He'll be back to fight another day, and hopefully we'll be able to hang out with him and have and break bread and give him a hug in a few weeks in Shreveport. Now let's move on to the wild men in the Texas Tri-Hull class. This driver moved away from Richmond, Texas. He moved away from the Houston area over to the San Antonio area, but still, he rolls in late. He probably leaves a little bit earlier than the other drivers, but that doesn't mean he doesn't give it everything he has while he's out on the water. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Texas Trihole class, finishing in third, number 1, Corey Walker. All right, Corey. Well, hey, I know it's always got to feel good to start the season off on the podium.
For sure, yeah. I can't complain, and I snapped a midsection yesterday and thought I was out for the whole weekend, and I really got to thank Team Outlaw, especially Grant Schubert and Cole Waring. They stayed up all night with me fixing. I say we. It was like Grant and Cole with just slinging parts. We had the motor in a pile of parts. I really didn't think it was going to work, but it came out, and here I am.
Hey, man, absolutely. You kind of got into that third position, kind of found your groove, and kind of just cruised all the way to the podium. Got to get some good points for the rest of the season here with the next round coming up in Shreveport.
For sure, yeah. It's a work in progress. We're still working on these 4 strokes, and I think they're coming along. So we'll do some more prop work and see what we can do.
Right on, man. Well, hey, for now, enjoy it before you head back to the greater San Antonio area. You deserve it.
You got it. Thanks, Tommy.
Ladies and gentlemen, your third place finisher, number 1, Mr. Corey Walker. All right, I was told that this is a new spot for this next driver. He's never been here before. That's a bit of a misnomer, but I'll explain in just a second. He's your 3-time defending series champion. He spent a lot of time on the top box. He's been on that third spot a time or two, but just a time or two. And I believe for the first time in his Formula One Powerboat Championship Series history for this driver, he finds himself in second today in a hard-fought battle with the 13 at Grant Schubert, collecting some valuable points to try to bring home the 4-peat here in 25. Your second-place finisher, number 17, the Dude, Neil Marsh. All right, Neil, you're like the Mark Schmierbach of trihole racing. You know that?
Well, that's a good category to be in because he's done a lot, you know. I won't say I'm that far yet, but we've had a lot of success down here in recent years with the series and everything else. So we're happy to be here, and we're happy to keep fighting.
Absolutely, man. Solid finish today. Obviously, you always like to be on the top spot of the podium, but it's got to feel good to have a little bit of that rivalry renewed between you and the 13 at Grant Schubert.
Yeah, it could have been better if it was just a heat race, you know. I won't mind finish second to him in a heat, but I really want to get 4 in a row this place. I really wanted bad. It was a big target. We put it. So what do you want to do next season? And it was like, let's go. We're going to Texas. We're going to win 4 in a row. So, but we're going to go. We're going to get after it and go after this championship. We're right there in points, so obviously, and so we're ready, man. We're rolling. There's a heck of a field. The competition has never been stronger, and these 4 strokes are coming up. They're getting them fast, as you can see. Right, I'm sandwiched between 2 of them right now. So. We're excited. I want to thank my crew. I want to send all the love and prayers out to the Rinker family. Really miss some guys here in the final, and it's good to know that Jerry's doing better. And I want to thank the rescue people here. A lot of people don't realize that, and I don't think they get enough credit. So everybody put their hands together for them people.
Absolutely. Well, hey, man, I know you got a long drive back to Michigan. You got to turn around in 3 weeks' time and head back near to Port Neches, just about a handful of hours northeast of here to Shreveport for round 2. But enjoy it for now. You deserved it. And, hey, not a bad place to be to fight for your 4th series championship in a row.
It's going to be a good season, Thomas. We're ready, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, put your hands together. Your second-place finisher, number 17, Neil Marsh. All right, now, this driver had a pretty hectic day. He had 2 finals back-to-back. They got 8 boats in their team. As the third-place finisher just spoke, this competitor of his was up until the wee hours of the morning helping him fix his motor, just so that he could have another competitor out there trying to beat him. Well, clearly he wasn't that worried. He started on the outside of row 1. He laid the hammer down on that 115-horse 4-stroke outboard on the back of his Texas Trihole, and he rode that thing wire to wire to be the champion here at the Port Neches Riverfest in Texas Trihole. Ladies and gentlemen, running for Captain Mark Seafood, your winner here in Trihole, number 13, Grant Schubert. All right, Grant. Well, hey, we had a chance. We'll keep this brief because we had a chance to chat already. So what do you think about this battle you're going to have with the guy standing to your right here all season?
Oh, man, it's going to be a long battle, and I can't wait for it.
Right on, man. Well, hey, how was it jumping into that F1 after the trihole? That's got to be pretty stressful on the body.
Oh, man, over time you just get used to it, and you just keep calm and just drive.
Right on, man. Well, the man of few words, oddly enough right now. Normally he's not. But I'll let you enjoy this one, man. You already talked to me up there for a couple minutes. Congratulations, Grant. You deserve this one. And now you're sitting in the catbird seat heading to round 2 in Shreveport.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion here in Texas Trihole, number 13, Grant Schubert. Ladies and gentlemen, the Texas Trihole class. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, douse 'em. That's called karma, payback, all those sorts of fun things. Oh, yeah, he's got a nice little backpack of champagne. All right, and to wrap things up here at the opening round of 2025, we had a fantastic run in Formula Lights. It's always an entertaining race when triholes are on the water. And when the Formula Ones came out, they did not disappoint. And I got to say something about this driver who finished in third. A couple of years ago when he joined the Chuck Skelton Racing team and came on board to run here in the Formula One Championship Series, you could definitely tell he was the second driver on their team. He was new to that four-stroke. He was learning how the boat handled, and he took his time. He was methodical. He was meticulous. And I can now say that 2025 looks to be that driver's breakout year. His teammate tried everything he could to get around him. And this driver proved that he has earned the right to be on this podium and be in the conversation for potentially one of the top drivers here in 2025 in the Formula One class. I want to hear you put your hands together big and loud, ladies and gentlemen. Your third place finisher here in Formula One, number 92, Dean Comer. All right, first questions first. So now do you get all the preferential treatment on the team?
Oh, I don't think RJ's going to be talking to me tonight, so I just want to keep it, easy going. So, no, it was a great run out there. We had a great sponsor, Mooten Development over here, local sponsor for us, and our team just worked their ass off this weekend. We had a couple ups and downs with the other boat, and everybody just worked hard together. Our team wants to send our prayers out to the Rinker family. They've always been good to us, and we're very appreciative to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely, man. Well, hey, one more thing here. How did it feel when you got done with that race? Because that seemed like some of the hardest driving you've been able to do behind the wheel of that 92 machine here on the F1 Powerboat Championship Series.
Oh, it felt good. Of course, it always feels good. First time on the podium, I'll take it every time.
Right on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. Your third place finisher, number 92, Dean Comer. Now, if I talked to him one-on-one, he'd probably be like, well, I really should have won the race. But, this happened and that happened. But, everybody's coming after me. And, I'm going to give it everything I got. I've been pretty busy. But in reality, this dude's a pro. He's your 2024 series champion. He's looking to defend it here in 25. And you can't complain when you get podium points in the opening round when you're looking to defend your title and everybody's breathing down your neck. He drove a solid race. He got into a groove. He pushed it as hard as he could, and he did exactly what champions do. You may not win every battle, but as long as you win the war and come out on top, everything will be okay. He's teeing him up for another run here in 25. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Port Neches Riverfest Formula One second place finisher out of Houma, Louisiana, number 1, Dustin Terry. All right, Dustin. Well, hey, I think last year you didn't finish this well at the opening round, and things turned out pretty good in 2024. Got to feel good to do one better here in 25 in Port Neches as you look to go back-to-back.
Yeah, I'm happy with the finish. I mean, obviously a first place would have been great, but it was Dylan's day and left me a lane in turn 1 right there, or turn 3, and man, it was just a good race on his half, so I'm happy for him. I have to thank Michael Schubert for getting my boat back together for me. After Freeport, it was torn up, and I had 0 issues with it this weekend, maybe a little bit of blowover jitters, so I couldn't be happier with this finish. And, just thank you to my whole Outlaw team and JH Performance Boats and Dr. Stephen Hall for sponsoring me this weekend, and I hope I did good for him. But, man, just thinking of Jerry, I hope he's doing good, and we love him.
Absolutely, man. I know you said he's the Mount Rushmore of trihole racing. A lot of you guys learned a lot from Jerry Rinker over the years, and we know how much he means for you, but and appreciate what you're saying for him. I know we're all praying for the Rinker family and hoping Jerry gets a quick, speedy recovery so we can see him in Shreveport. And in Shreveport, you got to get it maybe one more spot up there. Otherwise, you're going to get further away from the man who's sitting on the top of the podium. But it's got to feel good to be in the hunt already at the opening round to try to defend your title.
Yeah, that's the plan, man. Just take it easy and just chill back there and hope to keep that number 1 on. So thank you to Port Neches and the whole series. And lastly, I got to thank the rescue crew for everything they did this weekend. I know it took a lot for them to get back out there and do their job. Those guys are amazing, and thank you to them, and thanks.
Absolutely, man. Well, hey, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher, number 1, Dustin Terry. Well, all right. Let's see here. He rocks socks with sandals. His preferred facial hair come race weekend is a Fu Manchu. And he's probably sick and tired of me calling him the bridesmaid, never the bride. But he's doing everything he can to shut me up at the end of the season, that's for sure. He did it the right way today. He came off the dock screaming fast. He beat the pole sitter to the first turn, and he never looked back. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in Formula One in 2025 of the opening round out of Nashville, Tennessee, number 17, Dylan Anderson. All right, Dylan, well, like the other champions, we've already chatted for a few minutes, but got to feel good to be on the top spot in the box. I believe this is the first time here in Port Neches for you at the top, correct?
No, it's second, actually. We won here in 2023, kind of under some oddly similar circumstances. And, we're, like Dustin said, we're all praying for Jerry and the Rinkers. And hopefully he's here cutting up and making some kind of wildly inappropriate jokes for an old man here soon. So we'll see. Anyway, we're all praying for him. And, yeah, we're happy to be on the top spot here again.
Absolutely, man. It's got to feel great, especially with the guy to your right, your defending champion. You know you're going to have your hands full here, top to bottom, the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, the most competitive powerboat racing series in the world, and you're sitting in the catbird seat. How does that feel?
It feels awesome. I mean, we worked pretty hard. Me and Pat were knocking stuff out in the race trailer all winter long, and we didn't really touch the boats at all until the day before, and we're laying up carbon on the two-stroke boat to make sure it's ready to go. And, spraying a coat of paint that's drying on the way down here. So, we also got a bit of a waiting till the end of the time kind of deal. We work better under pressure. Call it what you will. Anyway, the crew, they make my life pretty easy. Just get in, hit the buttons, and don't be a dummy. You got a rocket ship under you, and just keep your head on. And I can't thank those guys enough.
Well, hey, they did what they did what you needed them to do, and you did what they needed you to do. Congratulations, sir! You are the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series Port Neches champion here in 2025.
We'll say that later on in the year. We'll say that later on in the year.
All right, man. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Your champion here in 2025 of the Port Neches Riverfest in Formula One, Mr. Dylan Anderson. It's all kind of goofed up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Formula One class. All right. 3, 2, 1. Douse 'em. Look at Dean had that thing ready to go. He was primed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic weekend it was. It was scary there for a minute. We got some great news to end things up after a fantastic weekend of racing. On behalf of everyone at the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, to all of our fans, our drivers, our teams, thank you so much for hanging out with us again here in Port Neches. Drive safe, and we'll see you in the Red River Rumble 3 weeks Memorial Day weekend in downtown Shreveport, Bossier, Louisiana. I'm Thomas Yarbrough. They call me the Noise of the North, and we'll be back in 3 weeks with round 2. We'll see you then.